Uh, unless somebody doesn't have... I think it's all fixed. I think you can say hi now. What the fuck? Wait, do it again? No! Hold on. I've deduced the problem. Maybe. There, try now.
I'm trying now.
Wait.
Okay. Are we good?
Yeah.
Well, excellent. Let's kick off our start of session questions then. Anybody can jump in as the firsty first, but what stood out to you from last session?
Lost my class.
Well,
Not really,
is
but
it
yes.
Did you lose your class?
I can't.
Or did you just forget that you had it?
I can't use my class because I don't know about it. So I effectively lost it.
Can you not use your class? We'll find out.
How would I know?
suppose.
Okay, not that I can't. She doesn't know how to. And everyone's going to be like, ooh, you're a warlock. And she's going to go, the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, that is true. You've forgotten your class. Who next? Dakin, what stood out to you from last session?
I mean, you're all getting sniped. Haha, get fucked. The dream sequence where we were all, it was a strange medium where I'm convinced there might be Fae involved, but are having separate dreams that then sort of collided into us like stumbling into each other separately and then together was very interesting.
Yep. Vosti?
I'm real good at predicting fights.
Fair enough.
Real good.
It did end in the number of rounds. Pretty much.
Exact number.
Basically the amount of rounds that you predicted. Alara, what stood out to you from last session?
My weird vision dream thing with Abby. Maybe Abby and I are growing as a couple.
You guys just went to second base.
Yeah, we did. We connected on an emotional level.
Gave her a Letterman's jacket.
A promise ring for
Yeah,
sure. Like
promise
the
rings.
class ring.
Yeah, class ring. She wears it around her neck.
Valerius.
You know, there's so much to say, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many
Go ahead
things.
and make a long dissertation about it.
My absolute favorite thing was, it's kind of sniping Dakins, but it's a little more specific. I really liked the dream sequence, but I liked the individuality of all of them in the beginning. Like to pick on mine, I really liked the kind of reoccurring theme that has happened with him with the whole like weight thing, and just kind of like on the surface, without context, it seems very simple, but like the deeper me, I really like it. I really, really like it.
Good. I'm glad.
What else you get out of me tonight?
No. Very, what predictions do you have for this session?
For once in my life, I have absolutely no clue what will happen. I guess the only thing I can predict is that there's gonna be some sort of like baby argument over Very going, I don't know why I'm here, and everybody else is like, are you stupid? They're not gonna say it like that, but you know what I mean.
Right. Dakin, do you have any predictions for this session?
I was gonna say one thing, but I think it's too early for that to happen, given that she just lost her stuff. I think that we are desperately, perhaps scarily close to one of the courts that is hidden amongst the forest here. And there's going to be many Fey shenanigans amongst the woods.
Okay. Do you have a suspicion on which court it might be?
I mean, it'd be really nice and make the world really easy if it was the one we need to go to.
The summer court.
The summer court, but I think it is going to be autumn.
Okay. Vosti, do you have any predictions for this session?
Hard to say.
Okay.
Because I think we're kind of in a, I mean, aside from how the shit this is going to happen with Barry, but we're in a like in between spot in travels. And as we all know, travel in D&D, anything could happen. One of us is literally going to roll a D100 and you're going to flex your fingers and throw shit at us or not. So I don't know.
Actually, could you roll a D100 for me, please?
Nope.
I can.
Please?
I'll do it.
Nope. Yep, she'll do it.
Okay.
Does a librarian even
Don't
know
put
how
that
to
curse
roll a
on me.
D100?
For sure.
That's a
good roll.
how I
That's
find
a
my
solid roll.
books. Hey, 49's
That's
pretty good.
Almost
That's a
nearly
great
down
roll.
the middle.
No, that shit ain't happening to us for like 3 days. That's what that is.
Oh,
Say
you think that
Don't say
my
that.
Oh,
you
piss
Blue,
off.
shut
100
up!
tables
Maybe she doesn't
aren't.
have those
I
rules,
can't
dude.
Man.
That's how it
Don't
went
make me
in
do
my
this.
game. Doesn't
You
mean that's
think
how it
Nah,
goes in
my-
hers.
please.
My
she's
tables could be
audible.
center loaded.
This is a football fan you're
Anarchy.
talking to that's a DM. She's going to audible like a mother. It doesn't matter what I say if I say nothing at all.
Alara, do you have any predictions for this session?
I think I have to agree with Splue. We're kind of
Okay.
in like a limbo right now. Like we just got to an unknown location. I mean, yeah, there's probably going to be. Well, see, and I don't even know because how is Very going to know that she's not a warlock if we're not cast into a position where she needs to do warlock things? You know, that could be next week's session. We could spend tonight just trying to figure out where we are. Like, we're in a really big limbo right now. So it's kind of hard to say what I predict will happen.
Okay. Can you roll a 1d10 for me,
No.
please?
That's exactly. Just say no. What's she going to do? Oh.
Okay. Valerius, do you have any predictions for this session?
Oh, man, I think we're gonna have a very emotional moment. It depends. I don't know what the emotion's gonna be, but emotional nonetheless. When the whole Very not knowing what the fuck's going on thing, for sure.
Okay. Can I have you roll a 1d2?
Ah, I would love to.
Say 2.
I say 1.
Ooh.
Okay.
Hey, we're at 51 now combined.
Very.
We've crossed that barrier.
What mood is your character in?
Confused.
Sure.
Confused, and also there's like there's like a level of strife that she doesn't understand why. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Dakin, what mood is your character in?
I think he's very frustrated. He's had all these like visions and feelings about this path he's supposed to be leading them on, and it feels like they have not regained control for a period longer than 2 days since they left.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
that's the truth.
I think he's kind of frustrated with his like lack of foresight, I suppose.
Okay. Well, can I ask you a question then? Do you feel like he's in a place where he is feeling mentally, emotionally compromised?
I don't know if this is what you're asking, but I do think there is a situation here where he probably does take a strife.
Yep. I think that's super fair for him. And you should be able to activate strife level 1 on your sheet. Okay. Vosti, what mood is your character in?
I think he's tired.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Alara, what mood is your character in?
Kind of the same as both Dakin and Vosti. I mean, we were thrust into trying to solve this murder mystery when all we were trying to do was deliver people home safely. And then we're trying to have a family conversation together, you know, to just take a breather and talk about things. And hey, we've got this bag of loot that we should probably figure out something to do with. And oh, hey, now people are, you know, getting more secrets and stuff out. And oh, hey, let's go to sleep. Now I'm pulling my drowning sister out of a pond. How did I even get here? And it's just been a constant barrage of one thing to the next for weeks now. And hey, we miss our family at home. It's been 3 years. Oh, I'm arguing with Dax about it. It's just enough. Can I go on vacation, please?
Do you think that you're experiencing a level of stress that would be considered strife?
Probably.
Okay, go ahead and give yourself back a level 1. Vosti, with your tiredness, do you think that's also the situation that you're in, or is he just tired but not quite at that level?
No, it's more mental. Well, I guess strife is mental, but like it's more of just like yeah, like fuck, when will it end? But at the same time, I think he's always just been determined to just next task in front of him. Let's just fucking do this. Okay, next task in front of him. So I don't think it's too much yet because there's not 1,000 things on his plate. It's just the plates keep coming.
Yeah. Okay. Valerius, what mood is your character in?
Definitely like mentally exhausted. On multiple fronts. I mean, there was the dream that's just been an ongoing thing, but just everything that's been going on, the fiasco of the fucking murder mystery. He's ready for a bit of a mental reprieve.
Okay. Is it to the point that he probably needs a mental reprieve? Would you consider him to be experiencing strife?
I mean, part of me wants to say no, but honestly, yeah. I'd say it's getting to that point.
Okay. So I agree with these evaluations of these characters. This is a level 1. So for everybody else who's watching, what this means is Alara, Very, Valerius, and Dakin all have disadvantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma checks.
Oof.
Vosti is still in a decent place. Strife is just the accumulation of just so much. It's an alternative to exhaustion as a system, and I will say that it is particularly heavy on spellcasters. So the fact that although Vosti is wild magic, he's not quite at that point is also sensible to me. But we're going to go ahead and jump into this. So let me go ahead and pull us into a place that seems appropriate. We will go to... somebody going to say something?
Well, I was gonna just, not that I need to, but I was gonna just further clarify. I think this is right. This is right, and like you said, the magic users seem to be the most of the people that are like affected by this strife. I think with Vosti specifically, it's a lot easier for him to turn it off because he just rages and just sort of goes into this sort of out of body focus and just lets his physical attributes do the work, and he doesn't necessarily have to concentrate on anything. It's literally wild surge. It's wild magic. So it's just like whatever fucking happens, cool, go with it. And so that's kind of why I didn't want to take the strive. I easily could have, but to be honest, it wouldn't have done shit because I'm not using intellect or intelligence and wisdom a lot. Charisma maybe, but
I mean, you're making the check same as the rest of us, bitch.
no, I know, but I don't think that he's the type that's like blowing it out of the water and would necessarily need to, like, I don't really, there's sometimes where I just don't make the checks because flavor wise I just don't think that he'd be interested in doing that.
Well,
aside from perception,
he will be required to make those saving throws. But for right now, like I said, I agree with the decisions that you guys have made. You have woken yourselves up at this point, and it is that you guys woke yourselves up. You do have a sense that you could have kept sleeping and dreaming. Perhaps you don't know for quite how long. Because the moons are, some of the moons are visible in the sky during the daytime, you get a sense that you may not have been asleep the entire time, but since you last were paying attention to the day, about 4 days have passed. Now, was all of that in sleeping? You're not sure.
So
But
it's actually the 14th?
correct.
Okay.
And although it's still kind of gloomy, and has been for what feels like forever, it does also feel like morning. But you're in an autumn woods. It's not quite this sort of themey piece of forest in front of you, is mostly just to get the colors in your minds, as opposed to a specific road or path or anything. You're getting up from and at whatever speed you want to, like a perfectly circular glen that's covered in golden leaves that have fallen, like aspen leaves, like that bright yellow. And the forest is thick with spindly trees around you. Some of the trunks are white like aspens, but some of them are almost like ink black. And although there's a lot of color in these leaves, more color than you've been seeing in the forest, and that color seems to bounce what little light is available around diffusely, you can't see very far into the beyond the trees. There's a gloom that kind of lurks there as well. But you are conscious and still together. What do you do?
Alara sits up, and are we still in that circle laying down with like our heads touching?
That was the position you guys were in. I don't know. I know that there was some words spoken at the tail end of last game. So I don't know if anybody got up while that happened. But if you're still laying down, that's the position you were laying down in, is arranged in a circle.
All right, Alara's gonna sit up and like slide her glasses up a little bit, rub her eyes, and take stock of what's around. Do we see Rickert? Do we see Skivrox?
You don't.
Hey guys.
The fuck is happening?
Where even are we? And where's Skivrox? Where's Rickert? Rickert was just right there. Well,
I don't think that was real.
it sure felt real.
I think it was kind of real.
And I stand up and like brush my clothes off.
Yeah,
Whatever
same.
that thing was, the gatekeeper, that was real.
Gwen, is
So-
there any? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, is there any like looking around at like the trees, the grass, the sky, and
Mhm.
stuff like that? Does it look like we are in like just a normal unknown stretch of woods, or is there anything weird about any of it, like that might denote like, hey, maybe we're in like a spooky, weird dreamland or whatever?
This particular type of like trees and the fact that you're not really amongst sort of like pine style trees as much as you had been indicates that you've traveled to just like a new area of the forest, but it's still that very gloomy twilight sort of illumination from the sky that would indicate perhaps you're still in like a Shadowfellish area. So that
Okay.
seems familiar, but this particular type of trees that you're in, which it could just be a glen. I mean, you could walk 100 feet in any direction and then find yourself in woods that seem more familiar. But this particular one seems to be a little bit less familiar.
Yeah, I still think we're in some weird, not quite right area.
Still feels like Tomorrowland.
Mhm.
If what we just experienced wasn't real, was it like a shared dream thing?
A
I mean,
neuromancy. Dream magic, I think.
I don't know what the rest of you experienced. And then she turns and looks at Veri. I pulled her out of a pond. She was drowning.
I came upon a field of bodies, injured people. I felt one needed me specifically, and that's how I found Vosti.
I was in the like ruins of a temple or some sort of building, and I like couldn't stand. Like someone was like sitting on me.
Did anybody else see him like sleeping in the roots of a tree?
We did,
And she-
right?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Did you?
Yeah.
Ninja?
I've become the DM.
You decide.
Everyone, 200 temporary hit points.
Ooh, give me
Yeah.
my class back.
You get your pack back. Yeah.
We're all level 37.
Yeah,
And-
we level up.
Alara looks at Veri. You're being awful quiet. I mean, did you experience... Were you in the pond? Did I pull you out of the pond?
Yeah, to be honest, this is just another one of those things where I keep wondering why the fuck I'm here with you guys. I have a job to be doing. I'm not offering anything to this.
What?
What are you
Tell me
talking
what.
about?
I mean, I don't really have much to offer to whatever we're in right now. I don't even know what this is.
Both of you stop. You obviously have things to offer. We're a team. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
You literally just saved us at their fucked up rich people's house.
You did stop the little one from burning us alive. Of course
No,
you
I
contributed.
didn't. She just couldn't
Yes.
cast her spell. I don't know why.
Well, it's because you flicked your wrist or something.
You
No,
did
I
your little like
didn't.
magic fingers, and then you
I
did
was
it.
hiding.
You weren't. What?
No,
You
you
were
were
all in the same room. You weren't hiding.
standing right next to me.
No, I was hiding because I don't fight things.
What?
Valerius has a wildly confused look on his face.
Yeah,
Uh,
eyebrow.
I cast detect magic, and Dakin just like gets a little closer to her and starts like looking at her head.
Yeah,
What are
did you bump your head or something?
No.
It appears to be the same as she's always been whenever you've cast detect magic around her. The items that she carries, which are magical, continue to like sort of radiate their essence, that you don't sense anything different.
The sticky shadows that Alara saw before, she's trying to look to see if she still sees the sticky shadows.
This is different. Her shadow looks like a normal shadow.
Alara walks over to it and kind of like pokes it with her foot.
You poke at a shadow with your
I
foot.
can't see. Bag.
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Very?
What?
What do you think happened at the manor?
Let's see. Did some investigating, and then we realized that Prunelia was a wizard, sorcerer, whatever. And then you guys fought her.
You also fought her.
No.
Yes.
No, it's the same as all of the other fights that we've had. I just hide and you guys do the fighting.
Not even close.
Yes.
What happened? What happened at the well? Can you tell me that? You went in, right?
Huh?
No, Alara went in the well. Shit.
I didn't
Yeah,
go in the
Boasty
well.
looks
I
at like,
didn't go in the
no,
well.
that was
No,
That
but
was
you,
her
you
and
did.
me.
You bump
did
your
something.
head too?
No, but you did something at the well. What did you do at the well? What happened to the thing at the bottom? Very.
I have no idea. It just poofed.
It didn't poof. You made shadows that are darker than shadows, and they ate it.
Made it real cold. You almost froze Vosti.
No, the water itself was just really cold the whole time.
No,
Well,
because
water
I
is
was
not
in there
cold.
first.
Well, it was a bit cold, but not that cold.
Not freezing cold.
No.
That's why you dig a well.
Okay, sorry I haven't read the book on the history of wells and how they
Okay,
work.
I'm sorry. That was snippy. You don't deserve that. But you're confused.
No, I'm not. You guys made me come with you because you said, oh, we have stuff to do, but it'll be a nice family trip. And now I've been here for forever and weird shit keeps happening and I can't do anything.
Wait a second. Do you remember when we went into the Mirror Lord's dimension?
Yeah, but I didn't do anything.
What do you mean you didn't do anything?
I couldn't.
That's not true.
I'm just a librarian. I just read books.
Well, you're also a librarian, but you're not just a librarian.
No, I'm a librarian. That's what I do. That is
What
my...
was your dream?
Like in life?
Well, we can get to that later. That is actually a pretty good
Well,
question.
my
but I'm-
dream in life was to
No,
go
no,
to
no.
school and become a wizard, but
All right, well,
I couldn't.
let's let it finish. Oh, well. But more recently, last night, what did you dream of last night? Do you remember?
I tapped on a mirror, and then it turns out Alara was on the other side, and she pulled me through it.
That's it. Just tapped on a mirror.
Then we walked and found Rickert. And I don't remember what immediately happened after that.
It's probably when you found us.
Oh, yes, we met up with you guys, and then we all looked for what, Valerius together?
Do you remember anything that happened before you tapped on a mirror? Why did you tap on the mirror? Why was the mirror there?
Oh, there was just a lot of me in them.
There was more than one mirror.
Well, they were all different me's, I think.
Anything before that?
No, I think that's where it started.
So a whole bunch of yous in the mirror. One mirror?
Lots of mirrors.
Lots of mirrors, and one you chose in particular to touch. Do you remember why?
No, I didn't choose that one. It's just there was something on the other side that was different than all the other mirrors, and then that turned out to be Alara.
Oh.
So that's when I went up and I touched it, because I was like, oh, it's not the same as all of the other ones. It must be important.
Like when we went into the puzzle. Well, you weren't there, never mind. Speaking of you not being there, do you remember that? When you weren't with us?
Yeah, I stayed behind because you guys were doing something really dangerous.
Stayed behind where?
In the inn.
For us, you were taken.
No, I just stayed in the inn. I hadn't slept in a while, so I made the room really dark so that I could sleep during the day.
Can I get everybody to roll an insight?
Don't forget strifers. That's disadvantage.
It's on saves.
It might automatic.
Was it not checks?
It says
it's
mine
just
says checks.
Is it checks too? Oh my god.
No, it only says checks,
you're
not
It
saves.
says just
You're
check.
right. You're right. The first level of strife is the toughest. The first cut is the deepest.
The first cut is the
Yeah, level 4 is the saves.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I still got a 14.
Not one. Inspo.
Inspo.
Jack, you are confused by this conversation, and it's to the part where like you're starting to maybe like, I do remember that, right? Alara, you're also kind of just like, you're like, I know what I know, but do I really know what I know? I'm not sure. Vosti, you're pretty confident that like your recollections are your recollections, and Valerius, you are also feeling that sort of I know what I know. I don't know why my sister knows something different, but I know what I know.
Larius just has a very Jesus Christ, it's so hard to talk. It has just a very it was a confused look at first, but now it's like more of a look of ponderance. Like he's like, you can tell like there are gears turning and he's trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
I think that's about enough of this. Dakin's gonna cast Burning Zeal.
Okay.
Which I'll post. You see like 11, like one at a time, like 11 little silver flames erupt in a circle behind Dax, and his eyes start to glow silver, and he looks at Very. Very Maldoso, you are a powerful arcanist. You are not a librarian. My god told me I have to guide you all on a path. He did not include a librarian in that, Very.
Why are you yelling at me?
So I can't. This spell ends if I speak a deliberate lie, but I have advantage on any checks to convince someone that something is just, true, or rightful.
Okay, go ahead
and
and roll it.
I want to. I'm trying to convince her, not that her mind is been tampered with.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a persuasion.
So also because of this, I can roll charisma, or I can use my wisdom instead of charisma for persuasion. So I do have proficiency in persuasion, so it's going to be a +8, but I do have disadvantage, correct?
Correct.
So I'll just add 5 to that.
Okay. Go ahead and to me, Very. I want you to roll your choice of an insight check or a wisdom save. And I'll tell you the difference. An insight check is just Very is hearing the conviction in Dakin's voice and determining whether or not he believes that what he's saying is true, and therefore you are persuaded by him. A wisdom save is Very's mind is trying to protect itself from something that doesn't make sense.
Okay. Nobody look on the stream.
I'm not looking.
If you want to do a blind GM roll, I don't know if you have the ability to.
Wait, you stream?
Oh wait! Oh sorry, I didn't see I had advantage on that.
Which would have canceled it out.
Which canceled out, so it would have still been the 9 because it was the first roll anyways. Never mind. Excuse me.
Okay. It's very you feel less convicted of your beliefs.
But am I like totally convinced, or I just feel a little bit less convinced about what I thought?
You are persuaded that Dakin is telling you something he believes to be 100% true, and this is in conflict with what you believe is true, but you feel like he wouldn't lie to you about this.
I'm taking psychic damage.
And so if he wouldn't lie to you about this, then you must be forgetting something, or that maybe you're under the influence of something, or he's under the influence of something, but there is something afoot here.
Very never stood up from her spot, so I would say that she is like sitting with her knees to her chest, and she's kind of just like looking at her knees and like rubbing her temples, and then she lightly hits herself on the forehead a little bit, and she just looks really, really confused.
Dax is gonna takes a deep breath, and the glow goes from his eyes. The flames dim, but I don't stop the spell. And I kneel down to Very. It's okay. It's not your fault. But something has confused you.
Alara pipes up from behind him. Maybe walking through the end door?
Yeah. And he like winces a little bit and closes his eyes, having been the one who said, "Let's go. We have to go through this one."
Okay, well, this is clearly not getting us anywhere. We need to figure out where we are and what direction we need to go in, because we can't just stay here.
Valerius just starts looking around like, like clearly just like trying to like. There's like the sort of the look in his eyes of like, well, how the fuck do we begin that?
Do you mind if I make a loud noise? He just glances.
Alara shakes her head no. Like, I mean, we're already screwed. Let's make loud noises.
He puts his fingers in his mouth and does the fucking fuck-ass loud-ass whistle. The whistle that he would typically do for Rickert.
Fuck ass.
Fuck-ass, loud-ass.
ass.
Yes, sir. All unnecessary to the state of the whistle, but deeply necessary to the vibe of the whistle.
You do hear Rickert whinnying in the distance, and then you hear it very faintly as well in the distance. And then the horse comes trotting along with Skivrox like hanging from his lead, being sort of dragged a bit through the leaves. And then he sees that you're awake and just drops the lead altogether and pushes himself up. It's like, oh, good.
Alara runs up to Skivrox and picks him up and does the like swing in a circle hug thing. Oh my gosh, I didn't know where you were.
His arms fly out and like the tips of his floppy ears are like wiggling in the breeze. Yes, well, I left you where you all decided to fall down very elegantly towards each other in a creepy circle.
You watched us do that?
Well, I waited for a few hours and then Rickert started making his I've got to pee sounds and I figured you didn't want to lay and pee. So then we went on a walk and we got kind of lost for a while because this place sort of looks a lot like itself. And then, well, I tried to ride him for a bit and he didn't like that. So then I had to chase him for a bit and then I caught him and then we were walking around and then you whistle.
Skivrox. What happened after we fell asleep in the manor?
What? I don't. What do you?
Well, because for the rest of us, we fell asleep in the manor, and we woke here.
What?
Yes. How did we get here?
Alara gingerly puts him down.
Well, in the morning, you all woke up and you talked to the butler guy and you had an extended conversation about the things that you thought that he should definitely do. Like you should definitely have him tell Timmy that he should fire the guy that lives in the house that's cranky with the dog and that maybe, you know, Timmy's life would be a little bit better if you took some of his savings and invested in fixing up the house a bit, or if not that, then maybe tear down the house and build like a cottage. And you just had a lot of suggestions about that, but you had breakfast that you guys made yourselves because you didn't trust anybody, because you thought they might all still be poisoners. And then you had a nice conversation with Timmy, and he took you up into his little place up above his stable, and he showed you the watercolor drawings that he did, and he did a watercolor drawing of you guys, which wasn't like the best watercolor drawing, but it's because it wasn't finished yet and he didn't want to give it to you. So if you come by later, he'll probably have it done and then you guys can take it. But you said, oh no, we need to get going. We've got to, sorry, oh no. And then we set off on the road and the guy was walking away. And then we decided to go ahead and head into the forest because it seemed like since we'd already reached Sonor, maybe it was a better idea to cut through the woods rather than go by road. But there was this huge, long argument, And there was some people who really wanted to go by the road, but other people who were like, no, we've taken too much time anyway because of the flicker. It's been 3 years and we need to get home, so we should just go the quickest way possible. And then other people were saying, oh, yeah, but the road is probably the quickest way possible because that's going to be the safest way possible. And nothing will happen to us on the road. And they're like, well, nothing will happen to us if we're really careful. And then you guys went for a bit and you camped for a bit and then you got up and walked for a bit, and then there was that weird vendor that came by and was just like, oh, do you want to buy my pastries? And you guys were like, no, we don't trust anybody who sells pastries in the forest. And they were like, fair enough, and they left. And then you guys walked for a little bit more and you camped for a little bit more.
Wait.
And then
Skip Rocks.
huh?
How many nights did we camp?
Oh, it's the 3 after you left.
Alara looks around like stunned at the 3 days. We've been asleep for 3 days. Well,
I'm
to
so
us,
pissed
asleep.
at this lost time bullshit. I hate it. I'm so upset.
No, you've only been asleep for like 6 hours.
Skivrox, we don't remember anything from going to sleep at the manor.
You don't remember anything.
Nothing.
No.
Oh,
We
well,
went to sleep. We had a weird dream. We went through a weird gate. Very doesn't
I
remember a
see.
lot of shit. And now we're
I
here.
see. Mr.
And he's-
Dakin, you told me, do you remember that you're also going to get me some fancy velvet pantaloons and some nice
Inside check.
boots?
Inside
Go
check,
ahead.
absolutely, as well.
Oh fuck, it's at disadvantage.
I
Yep.
have advantage, so it's canceled out. Wait, no, I'm not trying to convince him. That's not a prison. Okay, it's just disadvantage. Fuck.
Okay.
No!
Fuck.
Double two!
I'll insight because I have something I
Okay.
want to do to him if I roll well.
I love the idea that he actually just
Oh baby.
convinces us.
It is clearly a lie to you guys. You are not convinced in any way that there was a pantaloons and boots promise made.
I'm gonna rush at him. Did Lara put him down?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna rush at him and I'm gonna grab him by. He has little horns, right?
Yes, he's
gonna
got
grab
like
by-
2 little horns on
Like
either
goatee
side
horns?
of his head. Yeah.
I'm gonna grab him by one of the horns and I'm gonna pick him up so that he's eye level. Listen to me, you little whelp. You take advantage of us when we clearly haven't remembered things. And I will end you, and I don't care what father thinks. You understand? We are
He lifts-
frustrated. We are tired. We don't know what's happening. My sister is confused, which makes us even more confused. And you try and take advantage of us.
He lifts his trembling hands and just like cups Vosti's cheeks. I would never harm you. I just wanted to trick him into giving me good pants.
Do you realize?
Posty, you're being mean.
I'll get that. Do you realize
No, you're being mean.
that you could let me finish? You could get all of those things if you were nicer. You don't have to trick us.
Will you get me good pants, Mr. Vosti?
I will try and get you good pants. You have nice pants. I don't know why you want more pants.
These are leather. Velvet is soft. And it goes quick, 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 quick.
He'll
When
push
you
him.
move around.
He'll put him down and he'll go to one knee. You are as much of a part of us than you may think. So start acting like it and help us figure this out.
Because we're cousins?
Is that true? You are a
Basically.
cousin?
He
Basically.
told us that.
Is your father Castor?
No, remember?
No,
he said-
no, no,
he
no,
said
no,
that-
no.
He said
That's our
everyone
uncle.
there is like a little related. Wasn't that what you told us?
Yeah, I was spawned in Pandemonium And you're spawned from Pandemonium. It's basically like we're cousins.
Yeah, all right, I can see it.
I don't know if we're spawned from Pandemonium.
You're spawned from the
Spawned
the
out
ruler of
of
Pandemonium.
our
You
mother.
come, hey,
Well,
you're. There's a touch of that in there, big guy.
Skivrox,
Yes?
do you have any clue where we are right now?
Well, he like looks left and he looks right. In the woods. Still.
Alara pinches the bridge of her nose and just shakes her head.
Skivrox, we
Yes.
mostly headed north, right?
Ah.
You know north.
Yes. No, it was more like a northwesterly.
Okay, we went
Well,
northwest.
that tracks at least. That's was our plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're somewhere in the woods northwest of Sonor, about 3 days travel.
Yeah.
4 days travel.
Yeah. Well, this is like the start of the fourth day.
Oh, and we were asleep for 6 hours, so yeah, about 3 days.
Yeah.
Okay. And he walks over and he sort of pats Skivrox and lifts him up and puts him on the back of Rickert and just is like rubbing Rickert's nose. It's okay. You did a good job, Skivrox. Thank you for looking out.
Yeah. I have a surprise.
Another one?
We can take a surprise only if it's good. If you give us a bad surprise right now, Vosti will probably freak out. Alara will definitely freak out.
So, remember when I told you that we talked to the pastry salesman and you guys were like, no, we don't want any pastries. This is weird. You shouldn't sell pastries in the forest.
Should I add corn?
we don't remember that, but you did tell us. We do remember when you told us that.
Yeah, well, look. And he like stretches open the drawstring of his pouch and he's got like 5 little pastries in there.
Did you rob
I
the salesman?
did buy them.
Oh.
You chased a pastry person after we said, no, we don't want them. We don't trust you in the woods and bought them anyways?
Well, I did it in a tricky way.
You have gold.
Oh, no, no, I traded him acorns for it. I don't have any gold. And I did it invisibly, so that'll be an interesting surprise next time they open their pack.
So... All right. Okay.
I'm not eating that. I thank you for thinking of us, Skivrox, but unless someone can evaluate these, there's enough strange things happening right now. I don't want strange pastries.
Well, I mean, Barry's a baker, so...
I would still have detect magic up. Is there like a terrible magic aura coming from these pastries?
1000%.
Like just a pie wafting of a cartoon, but of terrible energy.
It is like this aura of like black and blue and green and pink glitter just sort of hovering in a miasma around this pouch.
Skivrox, did you eat any of those?
Not yet.
Okay, those are so cursed.
Really?
And he still has burning zeal up, so his like eyes are glowing, and there's a deep conviction to what he's saying. Those are so cursed.
Well, but look at this one's got a smiley face in the frosting.
Yeah, that's to make you eat the cursed frosting.
Oh.
And not just the frosting's cursed, Skivrox. The whole thing. That's you have a bag of cursed, useless pastries. Well,
Oh.
maybe not useless. Cursed. Deeply cursed.
Weapons, you say?
If you could invisibly sneak one into someone's mouth, yes, that probably would be good for us, as long as it's none of us.
Or Rickert.
He literally gestured to. I was about to say this. He literally gestures to Rickert in none of us. He like points at everyone around and then points down to Rickert. None of these, or mostly nice people we meet either. I don't know what's gonna do. It could turn them into a frog. It could kill them.
Oh, don't worry. These pastries will come in at exactly the right moment.
He looks
In Act
around
3.
to see if anyone cares to take the pastries from Skivrocks, but he is specifically not going to.
I'll
No,
grab them.
I'll put them
Oh.
in my cursed bag.
Oh, that's fair.
I dump out more sand.
The
And I just
bag
open
of
it up.
curse.
And why would a librarian hold the bag full of all the cursed things?
You guys have me holding a lot of stuff. I think. Oh.
I have a good amount of stuff too, kind of between the two of us.
I've got stuff too.
I have these swords.
Those are
You
yours.
have one sword.
I have
Do-
one
do
sword.
we know-
What happened
wait,
to my other sword?
Do we notice that she only has one sword now?
Oh,
What other
fuck.
sword? Very.
White snow. And
No.
Nice.
Your packed
She's
weapon?
She's
You
saying
don't have a packed weapon.
oh. So I just have white snow.
Mm-hmm.
Fairy, where's your other sword?
Oh. And what?
Shit.
I
Oh,
just-
sorry. Sorry. Never mind.
I just have this one.
You
We got
have
it-
an.
We got it
it-
from the. Got it after the mirror stuff. Somebody else wanted it, and I didn't
No.
want it, obviously. So I'm holding it.
It is yours. You have another sword. Don't worry about it right now.
I'm so confused.
It's okay. It's okay.
Alara walks over to her sister and reaches her hand out to help her stand up. It's okay. We'll figure this out. But standing here in this spot is not going to be beneficial to anybody. We're all here. We have Skivrox. We have Rickert. One of the things we talked about didn't get to happen because we're already traveling. I have lost another 3 days, which means we have even less time until... And she doesn't state the obvious. Well, to her, it's the obvious, but we need to get going.
We have. What, 5 days?
4.
It's still early in the day today, right?
Yeah, the start of... It's like
It's-
9:30 in the morning, the start of the 14th.
Okay. Very, why don't you ride on Rickard?
I mean, I can walk still.
I understand you can walk still. We don't know what has happened to you. Just for the rest of us, just take it easy for now.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Put Skivrox on my head.
That away. Just in case you guys forgot which way is the way.
Thank you. That's actually very helpful.
Have to be the eyes up there, okay?
I'm looking. I got big eyes just for that.
No, it would help if you put your hands in 2 circles in front of your eyes and you used it like binoculars.
He complies. And then it's just panning his head around. You guys set off?
We set off.
I guess so.
So you guys start to travel. I will happily allow anybody who wants to make a survival check. Those of you who have strive are at disadvantage.
I don't even have a good survival, so it should not be me.
Wow.
Everyone do it. Woo!
Oh, everyone do it.
Whoa!
That's our librarian. Damn, both of you rolled
Okay.
good as hell.
You're able to sort of pick your way through the trees and figure out something that looks like maybe it's a game trail. Because there isn't like a road that you have discovered, at least at this point, that is there, but it's a wide enough little trail that seems to have been trampled by creatures before. That means that it's probably safe to travel upon. And so that's the route that you begin to follow. It's a little bit more weaving as a result of being a game trail versus a road. But you're able to trek along. As you go, eventually things start to kind of thin out with the trees. Like you still can maybe only see like 250, maybe 300 feet around you before it just starts to get gloomy and shady. And it isn't that you can't see out there, but you are aware that things could be watching you, and it would be much, much harder to be able to see them in that gloom. But where you are able to see, you start to notice that the trees are thinning a little bit more, and that there's actually signs of like a tree having been chopped down in one place, and not just like by a beaver, but like by an axe of some sort. So it seems like you're getting closer to something of civilization.
Oh, man, I need a new axe.
Why do you want an axe?
I had one. I threw it at a tree when we were riding in the carriage. When the things were chasing us.
Oh, that's right.
I couldn't stop to get it. It's just in a tree on the ground somewhere. I hope it's of use to somebody.
That's right.
As
We-
you... Oh, no, go ahead.
No,
I won't stop you.
just to Val as they're walking.
Hmm.
How do you feel after everything that went down at the manor? We didn't really get a chance to.
I mean, my initial reaction was that that whole situation was fucked. Makes me kind of, remember why I took so much solace in living in the temples most of the time.
Yeah.
Fucking hate money. I hate nobility. I don't hate money, you know what I mean, though, but...
I do.
I don't know, I mean... I look at us, the siblings, and remembering how we grew up, and, you know, we butted heads here and there, as siblings always do, even now, as you've seen. But, I mean, these people were at each other's throats. I don't know, it just made me very appreciative of what it is that we have as between all of us, and that includes you.
He gives a slight smile. He looks genuinely touched. Are we still within the hour of my burning zeal from when I cast it, or would it be gone by now with how we've traveled?
It would be gone by now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how. I don't know how you could turn like that on your twin.
I don't know.
Well, I know things happen, but how little she cared. It feels like poison.
I've seen a good handful of things in my life, working around the temples, going out on small ventures in service of Piriel and whatnot, that have definitely made me question how people can be so cruel. Like you said, how people can turn like that. Suppose it's one of life's many mysteries. I don't know. How are you feeling after everything?
Terrible.
You want to talk about it?
I don't see how you could just be there for them, Valyria.
Try my
That-
very best.
That's all that matters. Just don't. I know you don't, but don't let them pass you by.
Yeah.
You'll miss it when it's gone.
Kind of give a small nod. Definitely seems like he is stopping himself from prying any further into that particular comment, but do my best. And Dakin, it's not your fault. You know that, right?
Maybe not this one.
Just gives him a nod.
He just reaches up and pats him on his big plate armored shoulder. And you can probably see as he like starts to walk faster a little bit ahead of you, a little bit of watery eyes.
Oh. Just give him a small nod as he steps off and just kind of like a small exhale. And continues on walking.
Very, can I get a perception check from you?
She said she was stepping away.
I missed that. I'll grab it from her later.
While go ahead.
No, go ahead.
While they're walking, Alara is kind of staying next to Rickert and Very, and she's just like absentmindedly picking at leaves as they're walking. So, the dream thing that we sort of collectively shared, and this is to anybody that's like in the vicinity. So, Very mentioned she had seen a lot of mirrors, and she chose the one that happened to have me on the other side when she touched it. I mean, did anybody feel like they had any sort of meaning in the dream that they had before? Because she motions to Dakin, you said there was just a field littered with bodies, and you chose the one that you thought needed the most help, and it happened to be Vosti.
There was one, a single person. I can't even remember their face now. They were hurt bad. There wasn't much I could do. And after I did what I could, I heard more people wounded. I stood up, I looked around, and where there was nothing before, there was, I don't know, maybe hundreds. All over the place. And I just tried to feel for the one I thought needed me the most. And it brought me to him. And he was pretty fucked up.
She glances to Vosti. I mean, before you found Dakin, what were you dreaming about? What were you thinking about? I mean, can we even call it a dream? It sounds pretty not dreamlike, but...
Well, it's got to be a dream because I think I would have seen dozens upon dozens of bodies dead around me after I killed them.
Well,
You
I
did
meant
that?
more nightmarish than dream, because usually people associate dream with good things. And I mean, it doesn't sound like Dakin's. That didn't sound very dreamlike. It felt more like a nightmare. Mine felt more like a nightmare before I found Very and pulled her out of the pond. I mean, do you feel there's any significance in what we dreamt about before we found each other and woke up?
I think it depends on what you mean by significance. I mean, mine was, I think, significant to me.
It's what they all were. They were forced. I don't think this was dreams. I think it was a neuromancy, like we've heard of.
Mhm.
I think someone gave us those dreams on purpose to make us make a choice. To make us keep going. To show us what, I don't know, what makes
Who's
us.
fucking with us? I mean, fucking with us, guiding us, whatever. I mean, yeah.
Well,
Can't be
to
the only one
me,
asking this question, am I?
well, it could be totally unrelated. It could just be happenstance. But what I dreamt about kind of applied to what Abby told me when I had that vision divination thing when we were at the estate. You know, identity is fleeting, constantly shifting, never truly yours to hold. In my dream, I was like in this room full of my pack members, and like everybody was talking to each other, but nobody saw me. It's like they were all looking through me. And I felt stuck between a human and my wolf. And it was so painful and it hurt. It kept like I was shifting back and forth. I was trying to walk through the forest. I heard a voice and I was trying to go to it. And I'd stand up on two legs to start running, and then I'd fall down on all fours. And then I'd stand up and fall down again. I mean, to me, those seem kind of related. You know, constantly shifting. Identity is fleeting. Like,
Can I ask you a hard question that you don't have to answer right now?
sure.
Are you struggling with your identity? Are you struggling with feeling in between things? Not like in this dream, but I mean like you.
She looks thoughtful. I mean, I guess, maybe. I don't.
And the reason I ask is because my dream was, like I said, I was standing at the foot of like a crumbled temple, and I started feeling this sort of weight. It got harder to walk. It got to the point where I was on all fours, basically crawling. And I've told you, you know, back when we kind of had that big come to Periel moment between all of us in the house, was that, you know, I've been feeling disconnected, and that it's felt like a burden. It's been a weight, and you know, that's not the first time I've felt or had that instance of feeling come in a dream or a vision or whatever the fuck's going on. It's something that I'm dealing with.
I mean, I guess I'm struggling with trying to figure out why. Again, I've not encountered any other pack members who are dealing with what I'm dealing with as far as the full Corel moon, not being able to control their shifting. I mean, I don't.
Do you think
I
that
feel. And then when Dakin starts to talk, she stops and looks over to see what he's got to say.
Do you think that makes you less?
Maybe?
Why?
I mean, why am I not like everybody else? Why can I not control it all the time?
Nobody is like everybody else. Nobody will ever be like everybody else. You are Alara Maldoso. There's only one Alara Maldoso, and there only ever will be. We're gonna figure it out. It's just one moon. How hard could it be?
It's frustrating because I keep skipping all of this time and I can't prepare. I'm used to having months between this problem. Problem, she does in like air quotes. I'm used to having time to prepare, to figure things out, to, I'm usually at home. So I have a secure place that I know I can go where I'm not going to hurt anybody. I don't know. I'm so incredibly frustrated.
But difference is, you're not dealing with it alone. It's not just you and your mother. We're all here to help. We all understand, and we're not going to leave you behind.
I don't want to hurt any of you. I don't think that I will, but trying to explain how I felt the last time when Val took me into the house and I was almost not able to stop the intense desire to lash out and hurt. Not specifically him, but just he was there and would have possibly been a casualty, and so I had to yell at him to go. I guess I worry.
It's fine to worry.
It's exactly what the mere demon lord showed me when we were in his realm.
But yes, and that's the thing we should all start doing. We should start listening to what demon lords show us in their realms.
She kind of smirks a little bit.
Yeah, Vosti is walking and snacking on not a cursed pastry.
Not a cursed pastry.
But he does laugh at that. And he says, if you're that worried, I think I can take you.
I don't know.
Hilarious smirks.
I don't know.
I think we can all take you.
I think you can't take all of us, yeah.
That's
and
right.
He sort of gives Vosti like a rib nudge.
We all know Skid Rocks is really the...
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Did you see that Vosti's got pastries he's not sharing with everybody?
Well, first of all, that's very rude. But no, did you see? You're supposed to be up there looking. Didn't you see it?
What did I not see? Maybe I did see it.
That creature.
What?
Alara looks in whatever direction Vary is indicating.
Skivrox also like swings his hand binoculars in that direction. What kind of creature?
Magical.
I don't see any magical creatures.
Can I start looking around?
Chloe.
No. Yeah, you guys can do a perception check if you'd like to.
Not at
It's
all.
fucking wisdom, so I have a disadvantage.
Can I
No.
give...
Fuck.
Ooh, I was going to say, can I give
Oh.
Vosti advantage with a help action?
Sure.
Well,
So your first roll was the 18.
Oh.
So we'll take that, Vosti. But all of you see nothing.
The fuck?
You just see the gloomy forest.
I don't see anything.
Well, I mean, it's been a minute. You guys were all talking, and I didn't want to.
Well, do you still see it?
No, I didn't want to be rude and have a conversation with Skivrox while you guys were having a conversation because you're not like that far away. You know, it's
What did it look like?
Magical.
You said glowing?
Yeah, deer-like.
A glowing deer.
Deer-like is way more helpful than anything else you've said.
That's kind of what I was going for. More deer-like than just magical.
Can I like sniff and see?
These are all clues I'm giving together just so you. I already said deer-like, and none of you were listening.
I didn't hear
I
deer.
didn't,
I
I didn't hear
said
it.
it.
You're getting clowned.
Stop!
I'm
Get
getting
rock
clowned, and
turd.
I already said it.
I can't laugh. Stop!
You may do a sniff check. That'll just make it a straight perception check.
If I do a scratch check before she does the sniff check, does it give her advantage?
Smell Dakin's blood.
There's a very earthen scent to this area, but you don't smell anything that like there. I will say there's nothing specific that stands out to you. Like there's a bunch of smells that are like, oh, that's new to me, but there isn't anything that smells like a creature nearby.
You guys see Alara like stick her head in the air and sniff like you've seen her do many times. I mean, I don't smell anything in particular to warrant any extra attention. If you see it again,
Pastries.
if you see it again, sister, like interrupt whatever conversation is happening and point it out.
Just shrugs.
In the end, Alara, what I think we're all saying is that we have your back on this. We'll do whatever we need to help you manage it. And it's gonna be okay.
I hope you're right.
I'm pretty sure I'm right. And he gives like a warm smile.
She smiles back.
Roasty squints.
How's that
takes a-
cursed pastry?
And then
You're
takes a
fucking
bite.
squint. I was
Fuck
so
did he
locked
get
in.
a different pastry. Can we all
It
just
was
talk
so
about
stale.
that really quick?
It was so
The manner.
stale in his pocket from way back.
Yep. From the manor, the
No,
spread.
it's something I made you before we left for our original trip, and you're just like, still good.
Yeah,
It's
might
a
as well.
8-day-old pastry.
Ew.
Like old
That's
bread.
a 3-year-old
coupons.
pastry right there.
No.
Rock
The pastry
hard.
didn't age.
No, the pastry
The pastry
aged.
was with us.
The pastry
didn't.
aged.
Oh no, only pastry magic. Oh,
Yeah.
the pastry's aged
That's
100
one of
years.
the really weird side effects of the flicker was that pastries were suddenly affected no
All
matter where
pastries
they were.
aged. Bakeries around the continent
All
decimated.
pastries aged 3 years.
Terrifying.
Ugh, tragedy.
But
You guys are walking or riding, and there is like a fog that is sort of like low to the ground. It's been there for a little bit. It kind of crept in in a way that felt very natural, so it didn't like trigger any like warning sense to you. But it suddenly is just sort of like a little bit thicker. But again, still not it's all behaving as fog would normally do. But on the far side of it, it's like you stepped out of a foggy room and into a space that is clear, and it's a much wider field that is now in front of you. And you can still see like the forest all around and the sort of very gloomy sky up above. But it's just like a much more open space, and the fog has sort of receded down to just being sort of like mist that's occasionally swirling along the ground. But it it, 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 it strikes you again, not as magical, but just like very sudden and sort of. It, 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 a strange occurrence. That you're just suddenly in this new space that you weren't quite expecting. And in the distance, you see some standing stones.
Can I discern how many there are? Like from a distance?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, I'm zoomed in.
What if there's one behind the big one?
I was zoomed in. One of them fully wasn't on my screen. It's really funny. Does a circle of 10 standing stones have any like religious or arcane connotation I can think of?
Go ahead and roll religion for me.
Yeah, what the hell? Have I read a book about this shit?
Sure.
Probably not.
Go ahead and roll religion. Anybody can.
All you are is a librarian. You've probably read every book.
Okay.
Can I guide myself as well?
If you'd like to.
My
In
strife,
public.
would.
Oh my god.
As I do have disadvantage.
Fuck, it is intelligence. God damn it.
Mhm.
Fuck me for trying to go with the
6
role
and-
play.
I'm rolling so bad today. A 6 and an 8. The only big was the 4. I got unguided.
Well, for whatever reason, Barry, you're the only one that maybe I think it's more that you're trying to like overanalyze and you're trying to think of very specific instances of 10 stones of this type of darker gray rock and this particular height and the fact that they would be all even. And you're just sort of like lost kind of going through the filing cabinet of your brain to try and like assign a very specific meaning to this. On a more broader scale, you guys and as a group, you're all successful in realizing that this isn't something that is like hyper specific, but standing stones can have a lot of different meanings. It is something that you've actually seen before with Rylier, where erecting stones that sort of appear to be guardian-like is something that would track with her, the way that followers sort of do worship to her. There are fairy tale stories of standing stones acting as gateways to other realms and that sort of thing, or even between each other. There's stories of, circles of trolls suddenly being touched by light because they got too caught up in playing games through the night that when the sunlight hit them, they all turn to stone. And that's what causes, a standing circle of stone. So there's a lot of sort of like folklore about these things that would make it so that this wouldn't be something that you've never ever seen before and is therefore like completely alien and something to be cautiously avoided necessarily. But you're also in the context of being in a forest that you don't know, having been recently affected by something that you don't quite understand, and having one of your party members currently being at least partially afflicted by some sort of amnesia. So all of that context, take it that as you will.
As we're walking to, because they're still in the distance, right?
Yes.
As we're walking towards it, Dax is just going to start like waving his hand and drawing some sigils and start ritually casting detect magic.
Okay.
Do we think we should take a look at this? I'm going to examine it just to make sure it's not active or imparting anything nearby us, but if you want to take a look, I don't think we should get closer than 15 feet before we, I don't know, more magically examine this. And he sort of glances to Barry.
What?
You have an eye for magical things, right? That hasn't left you, has it?
I don't know.
Do you want to consider the things that you've studied of Arcana for these things?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
you may.
Disadvantage.
Con- considering the context of these things, and the forest that you've been traveling through, that you know that there are stories of the Feywild having affected the Thamarwyn woods, as well as the Shadowfell having affected the Thamarwyn woods. There could be a strong significance magically for these things. It doesn't necessarily mean that like they're going to suddenly like attack you in some way or that they pose a danger to them, but because of the fact that they are very likely to have some magical ability, perhaps something that needs to get activated or requires some specific ritual in order to make use of them, or they possibly are just currently in an active state, caution is probably warranted, but not necessarily like fear.
I relay this, and I sound really smart doing it, just like she did just now.
Classic
so
Very.
smart,
That's
sister.
wow. We love to hear that. Classic Very. Okay. So I do think we should approach then still cautiously. Does 15 feet sound amenable to you, Very?
Sure.
I mean, she's on a horse. She doesn't care what happens to us.
What?
He says very, very clearly jokingly. All right. And he'll like continue approaching, but slow as he's attempting to get this detect magic out.
Sure, you can, without like feeling silly, have it take 10 minutes for you guys to make your way further out into this forest and possibly like taking like a wider loop to see it from all angles as you do. But as you come within range of your detect magic spell and these stones, there's a resonance of magic that is coming off of these. It is not like it's not, as you're studying it, radiating enough to even give you like a school necessarily of magic that has been cast on these stones or anything of that
Just
nature.
like a dull thrum.
Exactly. It's more of just like this. It feels ancient. Like it's just sort of an element of magic.
These stones are old, very old. It's a base form of our arcana, from my understanding. It's so old it doesn't have an attachment to anything specifically. It's just magic. Should we take a look? What do you think? He glances to everybody.
Sure.
You think it's worth it?
I don't know. Either way, I'm not
We'll
sure.
never find out.
We're in terrible, deeply awful magical woods, seemingly touched by the Fae and the Shadow, and he just sort of gestures around himself. Anything could be a bane or boon.
Gwen, does it look like anything alive is nearby or walking through close to the stones?
You can give me either a perception check or an investigation check.
Cool. Great.
You don't see anything that immediately strikes you as like a creature scurrying about. Like obviously there's life around this. There's grass underfoot, and the trees are at a distance from this, but it doesn't seem like they are sort of like repelling the life of the trees, but just more that this is like a natural field in this forest. But you don't see anything that like stands out as unique to you other than you and your company.
Could I perhaps make a check to see if someone has been here recently, since we did sort of like a loop of it while I was casting? Is there like
sure.
a notable footpath or something like that where people come here regularly? I don't know, investigation, or what would you like?
That would be survival. You have it at disadvantage. Anybody else, if you'd like to do survival, or an investigation of the stones. If you're doing investigation, let me know like what you are doing, how you are doing it.
Well, go ahead, Val.
No, you go first. You go first.
I was going to say, Alara's going to be more interested in looking to see, like, where they came from in the forest, looking to see if, like, she sees anybody watching them or having followed them. She doesn't really know much about the religious stone fort. To her, it's just, oh, okay, stones. So she's not so much focused on that. She's more focused on their safety. So not sure what you want me to roll for that.
You can do a perception check if that's the case.
Okay. We are so fucked, guys.
You do see, Dakin, a ring that has sort of been worn away. Reminds you actually of the game trail that you were following through the forest a while ago. So it looks like, there's traffic that comes through here. It is not so much that it's like this wide path. It's actually quite narrow. And so there's time enough between people using it that the grass is able to start like growing to cover that space again. But it still exists for you to notice.
So it's either like there is a tender to this place, or there is very like rare voyages to here or through here. Okay.
Yeah. Boasty, did you want to do a survival or an intelligence?
I
an
would,
investigation?
but that's kind of like I don't know. Well, I mean, if you want me to, but I just rolled, and I didn't know if that was too close to the other one.
I don't think it's too close. It's potentially for a very different thing. Looking for creatures versus investigating the site, I think would be unique actions.
So I roll another investigation.
Yes.
As
Or
I walk
survival
by,
if you'd like to.
as I walk by, sort of looking at this path, I tap Vosti on the back and give him guidance.
Thank God, I'm gonna do investigation. I think survival. I think we got enough from 1d4. Cool. Great. Awesome. That's great. Literal same thing.
Hey, King, I saved you from a 3.
Luckily, though, it got you higher than everybody else on investigation. So
Well,
that was
okay.
helpful.
Sure.
So I'm going to give it to you for that reason. On one of the stones, you discover, although it's sort of like covered and difficult to notice, a carving on the outer face of it. It's got lichen and moss sort of like going into some of the grooves. But I'm going to show you a example of what it looks like. And then if you want to, you can point it out to anybody else.
Interesting. Vosti will sort of squint and sort of turn his head left and right kind of sideways, like look, he's looking at something. Does that look like something to anyone else? And he'll point at the mossy, dirty rock. It sort of looks like a circle of branches with leaves. Do you see that?
I dismount from the horse and I come look.
I follow.
With Vosti pointing this out, you guys do see this symbol. Again, it's sort of obscured. It's not this clear, but this is a basic rendition of it.
Ooh. Interesting. Do I know? Am I familiar with this symbol?
Yeah, does it mean anything to me?
You guys can roll a history check if Faye would have any impact on that. You can accommodate that with your dice.
You know what? I'm gonna use my inspiration that I got.
Do you want to
Oh,
give that one to Valerius since he's the only
Yeah,
one
you
without?
can have that inspiration, Valerius.
Oh, thank you. Hold on. to that.
Sorry, history check?
Yeah.
Anything that's Fae related would potentially give you a bonus of some sort.
I do not have that, but
Mhm.
wish me the best of luck. Thank you. Well, it is also an 8.
I got it.
Dude, what is happening with us? Like, out of all the roles, one person does really well and the rest of us suck my butt.
Well,
By the
most
way,
of us
that's
are
Most of
rolling
the
at
people are
disadvantage.
very mentally taxed.
Well, I mean, even the disadvantaged people are sometimes rolling really well. Like
That's the
Mhm.
couple
first
of
of
you
my
guys are the second-
disadvantage rolls that hasn't been like a 3 and a 4. That was the first
Yeah.
one that one of them was actually good. I had a 19 and a 4 that time instead of 2, 4, 6, 7.
Very.
Mhm.
You saw this symbol once, and it was on a one of the treatises that had come in to the bookshop, and it was like it was called a treatise, but you remember scoffing about it because it was like 2 pages long, and they'd just sort of given it like a cover to make it look really fancy, but it was barely anything. But it did have some symbols in it that had been associated to the Fey courts. And this one in particular draws to mind the Gloaming, which is the proper name for the Autumn Fey court.
I hate when I'm right.
Oh, the Gloaming, the Autumn Fey Court. This is their symbol.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah, one time they gave like 2-page. We don't have to talk about it.
I might want to talk about that later.
It's 2 pages.
Curious.
You know,
Anyway.
librarian stuff.
Yeah. Books
And see,
shit.
this is why we brought a librarian with us.
Don't
Stop.
confuse her
Don't
anymore. Stop
reinforce
it.
that
Yeah,
she's the
don't-
librarian.
Yeah, don't feed into it.
She like puts her hands out in front of her like, see?
I don't even know how to describe that. That was good sister and bad sister at the same time.
Skivrox like slides down off of Rickart's back and is sort of like inspecting everything too. He's still got like this time, since they're looking for details up close, he just has his like hand cupped around one eye, so it's more like a magnifying glass. And he's just sort of on the hunt, but he doesn't seem like he's coming up with anything interesting.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it's not the one we want.
So all of my knowledge of like symbols and like sigils and all that stuff is really just, here's the name for that thing. And sometimes that's as far as it goes if I've never even read anything else into the subject. So for me, neutral. I don't. Nothing's coming to my mind right now. Although the Gloaming is the proper name for them.
Do you know if the Autumn Court's dangerous at all? Are they violent?
They have reputations that vary across the board. You're not quite sure.
I guess it depends who you ask.
But I'm sending you something just for a little bit of context that she would recall from that very thin book.
Also, if I can think, I mean, I'll probably fail this check too, but do I know of any disparities or like deep hatred between the Summer and Autumn Court?
You can give me a history check.
Incoming 7, guys.
You will only get this if you roll a 20 on both. But I'll give you that chance.
What's up? A 20 on both? Well, that's more than a 20 on both. That's an 18, 16. 18, 16. That's 20 on both.
You have heard stories that you don't know if you can ascribe them on as fact, but there is conflict between the seasons theoretically, as far as these stories go, but you don't really know like who did what or who's friends with who, or if that's even something that is static. Perhaps it changes a whole bunch.
Mm-hmm.
But you do recognize you the stories that they do see themselves as sort of like sovereign kingdoms as opposed to like one big kingdom with different factions. And so just like any other kingdom, they might.
Yeah, it sort of shifts the allegiances between time, especially between sort of Fae, air quotes. We don't know that they're all Fae, but okay. I mean, it's been 3 years. I'm not exactly caught up on the court's politics, but they might know something about where we could find the Summer Court if we use this space to find them.
Technically speaking, in that 2-page book that I was talking about, that's not a fucking book because it's 2 pages long. They're associated with like the decay of the season, autumn. Which, you know, that could be negative.
What do you mean by the decay?
That's what I know.
Season?
That's what
the
I know.
leaves falling.
That's fair. Oh, that makes sense.
Turning to
the actual transition.
Yeah. The period of everything doesn't die in winter. It falls and dies just before. Winter's just the dead period.
Ooh.
It really dies. It just like...
Well, it rejuvenates.
Hibernates.
What's up?
Yeah.
I've kind of had an epiphany here.
Oh, no.
Sorry. I'm so exhausted and I can't speak for you guys, but I need a break. However, listening to your knowledge made me think about the fact that I've had to hunt associates of the Autumn Court before.
Fuck.
And I mean, I can't say that they're necessarily looking for me, but they are definitely tricksy little things.
Well,
so
no,
I mean, yeah, but they're definitely known for being tricksters. Like that's their thing.
Haha, fun trick. There goes
Valerius,
3 days of our lives.
Did you remember anything? Am I
Do
next?
remember anything?
Yeah, they're all going around remembering things about the Autumn Court. It's you and I that's left out.
I
Mostly-
remembered that.
I remember
Sharing.
autumn
chord.
is when the leaves change. That's what I recall.
Okay,
I actually
listen.
did just remember something.
And
I
then
am so
Mother
exhausted.
makes pies a lot more. That's
I did-
pretty great.
I did just remember
So does
something.
Fairy. What?
I knew someone at the temple whose name was Autumn, but that's about it.
Oh, was she nice?
He was a guy.
That's awkward.
Did he also sweep and
Was-
clean a lot of things?
Everyone
Yes,
does.
was he
Everyone
really
sweeps
good
and
at
cleans.
cleaning
I don't
the
know why this
bathrooms?
keeps coming up, guys. We have
Probably not
chores.
as
We take
good
care
as
of the temple.
you.
I think we should
Wink
move on,
Roasty.
so I don't have to talk.
Yes. Yes,
You
God.
feel Skivrox bump into the back of his little wings bump into the back of your calves.
Skiros, what is it? And he turns around.
He's pointing.
Oh,
He'll look at his finger and follow it, and I'm gonna assume this thing is very tall.
Yes.
He'll follow his eyes up all the body.
Probably about 9 feet tall. And it seems to be made of stone. With like moss and like little sprouts of like trees maybe eventually sort of growing out of its shoulders, like little lichens. You see like beetles and stuff sort of scurry across it. The stone itself is kind of cracked and chipped, so it almost too has like a bark-like appearance to it. There are like underneath, like it's like the roughest carving in the world, sort of elven like features, maybe fey like features, but the only thing that seems like alive in and of itself, except for when this is moving, is the glow of its golden eyes.
He'll turn and then start snapping at everyone. But we're not alone.
Is the glow in its eyes reminiscent of the glow of that creature or no?
You know, it kind of gives you a similar vibe, but it's not like the same color or anything like that.
Like similar magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a similar vibe. But it stands there quietly, and it just seems to be measuring you.
Uh, very like steps behind one of the stones, like she's hiding.
Very is no longer with you guys.
fuck! Start looking around. Very. I can't go high. I can't do that. I can't. Very. That's all I can do. That's the only tone that I can do. Very.
How's that go again?
This is stone entity moves forward and sort of scoops its hands forward and very gently sort of ushers you guys to the side out of its way and then reaches past the stone. Very, where you are also in a stone circle. There is a fox-like thing leaning against one of the stones, sort of examining its claws. It looks up and goes, eh? And then a stone hand sort of curls over your shoulders and pulls you back. And then you sort of step out of the stones with the others. And then it like very gently pats your head. It seems to be moving like it understands that it is made of rock and rock hurts when it strikes against softer things.
Thank
Are
you.
you okay?
There's like a fox thing in there.
Alara looks to see.
No, I think you'd have to be in there. Don't go in there.
Hello. What's your name?
You know that it is called the Fallow Warden.
Oh, thank you, I suppose.
Did you just save me from something?
You know that it didn't think you were supposed to go through the gate.
A gate? That is a gate. Actively right now.
You know that's true.
Guys, that's an active gate in there.
Oh. Okay.
An active gate to where?
I'm assuming the core.
I don't know, there's like a fox in there. I don't know. I think he was gonna talk to me.
I look to the Fallow Warden. Does this lead to the Autumn Court?
You know that you're correct.
Thank you. Is it unsafe for us to go there?
That's not something you can know. So you don't.
You are the guardian of this place.
You know that you're correct.
I can tell you've been here a long time.
It doesn't seem like it's closing off the conversation, but it starts to like very slowly circle around the ring of stones.
This is the Fallow Warden. They guard these stones, which are the gate to the Autumn Court.
Does it know or can it tell us how to get to the summer court?
I haven't asked.
You guys can talk to it.
I know.
No, I mean, like, she could just ask.
Alara turns to it. Do you know where or how to get to the summer court?
You know that the summer court has existed to the north.
Should we leave this area?
You don't know one way or the other.
Drugs?
We need to keep going north.
Can I approach it and stand in front of it and look up?
It stops when you do.
Are you a friend to wanderers?
You know that it doesn't mean harm unless others mean harm.
One of us has been harmed. In her mind. And he touches his head. Is that a symptom of the place? Or did something specifically do it to her?
The Fallow Warden immediately looks at Very and then back at Dakin. And Dakin, you know that the Dreamer of Dust is responsible.
That's it. I'm just, in case I missed something, that's not a name I've heard before, correct?
Correct.
As it comes to his mind, he says it aloud. The Dreamer of Dust.
What?
Dakin kneels and nods to the warden. And I of my like the small traveling cloak I have in between my robes and the big flower cloak I have,
Mhm.
I rip off a piece of it and I gesture with both my hands for his hand.
Its hand lifts.
And just around the wrist, I tie a little bow with this cloth I had.
It seems to contemplate this and then lowers its hand again.
Thank you. I'll always show reverence for one who cares for the travelers along the way. And he gives another slight bow and then turns to the rest. Something specifically from this place did this to Vary. Some dreamer. That's its name as far as he knows what I said. We can travel forward, or we could attempt to take back what was stolen from her from this dreamer.
Would we do that?
You know the Crimson Queen could give you a fighting chance.
Okay.
Who is the Crimson Queen?
Actually, Alara knows this, not because it's being fed to her from a Fey entity. She's because of her hunts before. Alara, you know that the Crimson Queen is the ruler of the Gloaming.
She's the ruler of the Gloaming.
I point to the stones.
The Queen of the Autumn Court can help us then.
That's the impression I have.
What do you all think?
I don't really know.
Well, it sounds like a fuck of a time.
It really does.
I'm fine with just being a librarian.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why are you fine with that?
Because it's what I do.
That's not what you want, though.
Well, I wanted to be a wizard. But it
Why
doesn't.
not?
It doesn't sound like I'm a wizard.
Yet.
You could be.
What? Was I a wizard?
You are a powerful spellcaster. You can be whatever you want to be.
Am I being gaslit?
No? I don't think
feel
I've
like
said
it's-
anything
but I
untrue or to
feel-
confuse you.
I feel like it's a yes or no. Was I a wizard?
I don't know.
What?
Do I actually know if you like? Do I in game know she was what she was?
I've decided Dax most certainly does not.
Dax was not there for the conversation that the family had about it.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
He was eating
But
corn.
You
you
know
guys
which
were
is.
told.
So okay, so that's right. So we know you have a patron that you are a
Mhm.
warlock. Okay. Well, you weren't a wizard in the traditional sense, but you were a warlock.
Huh?
You had a
You are a warlock.
you are
I'm
you have a
librarian.
patron. Why
To me.
why are those not mutually
To
those
me.
aren't mutually
To
exclusive?
me.
I'm just
You were
saying.
both.
Okay, but to me, I believe you guys, but to me, I am a librarian.
Well, after we talk to the Crimson Queen and do what we need to do, you'll be more. Again.
Not more, not less. Just what she is.
Alara will look over to the fallow warden. May we enter?
I will need you guys to DM me in Discord if in the heart of hearts of your character, do they believe they could potentially bring harm with intention to the Autumn Court?
Wait, what? Ask that again.
Do you think in Vosti, like the heart of hearts for your character, do you think Vosti could bring intentional harm to the Autumn Court?
Ten.
Well, so I'm confused as to why that's the question. Because the only thing that we know is that the Crimson Queen can help vary, and the Crimson Queen is in charge of the Gloaming.
Mm-hmm.
So why
And,
would I
like,
cause
You
intentional
also know
harm?
from Alara that the Gloaming are tricksters, and
Right.
that
They're
she's dead and that she's hunted
associates.
them.
They're associates.
Yeah.
The associates
Basically-
of the Autumn Court.
You're being measured as to whether you pose a threat.
So it's associates of the Autumn Court that you hunted, not members? Because I wrote down members.
Yeah, I had to hunt associates of the Autumn Court.
Boom. Question answered.
Boom.
Boom, corn bread.
During this time,
Just
I
corn,
would say
no bread.
like Barry has like looked around a few times and like squinted. He just don't know why.
The follow warden reaches out and sets a hand on the stone closest to it. It's also worth noting that Dakin turned around, but I don't think necessarily moved out of the follow warden's way, and so it's just been waiting there patiently for him to do anything other than be in his way while he's making his circle. But he sets his hand on the closest stone, and it's sort of has like this hazy glow that starts to form around it that then sort of links around and connects. And you can actually see the gateway now as these arcs of faint green light start curling upwards into these sort of arched passageways. And then like from these sort of glowing frames, like little filigree comes around, and then it basically starts to like grow towards this sort of domed but pointed roof that is made up in part by these stones. So it's almost like a skeletal version, not skeletal as in bones, but like as in like the structure lines of this what could have been maybe a building are now visible to you.
Alara looks to her traveling companions. Shall we?
Yeah. So
Wonder if the fox is still gonna be there.
One way to find out.
I walk.
I grab the reins of Rickert.
Mm-hmm.
Skivrox, come on. And I walk after Barry.
Okay.
Alara does one more like passing look over her shoulder to see if she sees anything and then follows through.
Osti and Valerius?
Yeah, go through.
Where's Skivrox on the horse? Already in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He'll look at the fallow warden and wink, and then he'll pass through.
You don't see any reaction. But on the other side, you do see a fox that's there that's sort of been like, looking around. It seems like you caught them sort of mid-hunt. And it is sort of like covered in a vest with a whole bunch of pouches and like little straps for things that look like potions and shiny coins and beads, and then pouches of you don't know what kind of things might be in there, and like a sort of heavy tool belt around its waist that is also covered with just a whole bunch of stuff. And then its clothing seems pretty practical for somebody who would travel through the forest a lot. But as you guys start like stepping through the gateway again, it pops up and you go, "Oh, blimey! There's more of you then."
You. I saw
You. I saw you.
We saw each other. For a second.
We did. We did.
I accidentally came in here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Notice that.
Yeah. I was hiding.
Well, you didn't do a very good job. I saw you right off the off the jump.
I wasn't hiding from you. I didn't know you were gonna be there.
Well, you should have been expecting it, shouldn't you?
Well, I'm just a librarian.
A
excuse me.
librarian. Oh,
Mhm.
Fox,
go on then.
friend. What's your name?
Mary Vane.
Marivane? Okay. We are trying to help our friend who you've met here. We need to see the Crimson Queen.
Barry looks slightly offended.
The Crimson Queen? You want to see the Crimson Queen?
We would like to.
Have you got an appointment?
No, that's why I just said that right now.
Oh, how far in advance does she book out?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Well, you want to see the Queen? Is it urgent?
He
Alara's silently nodding.
he thinks for a second and then says yes.
Barry looks offended.
I see, I
again.
see. And Mary Vane reaches into his pocket and pulls out this little device that's got buttons on it, and starts clicking away at it. All right. Is it urgent, like a dying kind of urgency?
No.
A death in a way,
Hey.
Oh, wait.
I guess.
A death in a way. That's a partial modifier then. All right. Is there a kingdom on the line?
Potentially.
Oh, that's a good modifier. That's a good modifier. That one is. Mm-hmm. Is an evil going to occur if this person isn't saved?
Most definitely.
What?
Oh. All right. Is the person who is needing to be saved innocent and pure?
Absolutely.
Not.
Dax like looked around and Alara answered so fast he like didn't even finish looking between the three of them before she answered.
Oh, all right. I see. Is she potentially on the marriage mart? Or he?
No.
Larius is just pinching his brow, like the bridge of his nose.
I see. All right. And let me just take a look at each of you. Click, click, clack, 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 clack. Ding. And then this like scroll of paper starts rolling out the backside, and he waits and waits and waits and waits and waits, and then eventually tears it off and reads it. Oh, I was expecting more than that. You'd think there'd be more than that. 50 gold.
Are you
Fine.
What?
And
scamming?
he gives him 50 gold.
What?
Why did you give
Wonderful
it to?
doing business. And then he squirrels away the money after like biting each piece to make sure. It's this way.
Why did you?
Dagon, you at least pay him after we've arrived.
Some things are more important.
You don't know if he's literally. All we've been told is that they're tricks. They're tricky. He could be leading us not to the. He's already got 50 gold.
It's
Ears are incredibly large, you'll notice, and I can hear
Sure.
everything you're saying.
And none of
I
it has
feel
been.
like that was a scam
Vosti.
a little bit.
Vosti. It's just
So-
All right.
Calculation.
Sure. Let's go.
What did you
Vosti.
calculate?
By the
It's
way,
just-
what
Can
is
I
your
see the
name?
scroll?
Very
Very
vague.
vain.
Mary Vane. All right.
Yeah. That's the second time I've told you. He's not very bright, is he?
Can I
Please
see
don't say
it?
that.
What is it that you wanted to see?
The scroll that you made.
Oh, this thing, and he'd wadded it up in his hand, but he just sort of like chucks it towards her. There you are.
I open it up.
It's just like a series of numbers and other symbols that have absolutely no meaning, and then at the very bottom it just says 50 gold.
This looks like you did nothing, and then just
That was
decided-
a
then you just-
incredibly important calculation. I
And-
thought it would have been higher, to be honest.
then
I
you
thought
just
I was looking at
decided-
thousands.
You just decided that it was 50 gold.
If I just decided what it was supposed to be, I would have said 1 million gold.
Do you
It's-
even? Do you
it's
like work
ver-
there?
Go back and forth, trader, messenger, that sort of thing. Sorts of things you need like that in the Shadow Stained.
Shadow stained.
Is that what
Yeah?
you call this part of the Marwin?
That's
Where
what
the
everyone
shadows-
calls this part of the Marwin.
All right.
Oh.
I want to let you know that I gave you that money because my friend here has a problem that your queen is said to be able to fix. So
Oh,
if that doesn't happen, I promise I will be back.
well, all sales are final, so I don't know why you're making a threat like that.
I'm not talking about sales.
On about.
Please show us to the queen.
Do you think we're going?
Yeah.
You're cranky. You need a nap.
I am, and I probably do. But
I think we
I'm
all
not going to
do.
get that in any soon terms. So please, if you could. We've dealt with a lot.
Hmm. Well, don't see how that's my fault or my business, so I'm not going to ask. Do you have more gold than just the 50?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Oh, all right. I guess you're not interested in other trade. That's
Well, being a
Shame for
librarian
you.
doesn't pay a lot, so.
I don't
Oh.
even think you have anything useful to trade. I think you're lying.
Oh,
I
now
already
you
gave you
think
50
he's
gold.
lying.
Well, I did the thing, but I think you don't have any of it. You're just asking for more. I think there's a thing you're supposed to do here, which is take a toll from people trying to cross the gate, and I think you're being an asshole a little bit now.
Not being an asshole. You're being an asshole.
No,
I
I'm
was just
politely talking to you.
There I was, just standing next to the gateway, minding my own business, giving my paws a rest, and then this blue-haired girl just pops on through and is just like, oh, and then I was like, what? And then she disappeared.
Can I
And
ask you the
then-
purpose of a gateway?
For things to go through.
So what? Tell me what now? What?
Listen, you. And he like stops and whirls around and then like walks up. He's not particularly tall for what it's worth. Mary Vane is like 4'5". But walks up and then like throws like a paw up, like one finger extended into Dakin's face. You know what? Here's the thing. I lie about a lot of stuff. I'll lie about my mother. I'll lie because I don't even have a mother. I was just hatched out of a flower. But
Terrible.
I will never, ever lie over commerce.
So then don't.
And
All right. All I want to know is, are we going to get to the Crimson Queen?
did he take
And
a knock
also,
to the head?
are you fucking with us? Is my
Did
second
he take
one.
a knock to This'll be the... All right. For the third time, my name is Mary Vane because that
know
one
your
over
name is
there
Mary
has
Vane.
no memory. That one over there has no memory. For the third time for you, we're on our way to the Crimson Queen.
We've been walking.
You paid me for it.
I'm
And the only thing
asking-
stopping us up is you're caterwauling back here, you're complaining, and you making me stop walking.
Why did your accent change?
I'm mad, and that's what happens.
Interesting.
You're fucked up for that. You're fucked up for that out of character.
That's crazy.
I agree.
That's
I
crazy.
agree.
I just heard caterwauling, and I'm like, your Texans showing. Said you think that you can just walk up to me and just
Listen,
Oi!
motherfucker, if you think
Oi,
a fae's
keep
not
walking?
allowed to
Can we just
caterwaul,
keep
then you're
lo-
out of your mind.
Let's keep going.
All right, then.
I don't even care. I just want to read books and go home.
Oh God.
You like books?
Please don't try to sell me a book.
Oh,
Is it magical?
jeez. Could be.
Is it? It's a yes or no question.
I might have a grimoire or two in my belongings.
Might or you
But
do?
you didn't. You didn't want to do any trade with me, so we'll
That
just leave it
wasn't
at that.
Me. Ugh. She just keeps walking.
Turns around and continues to lead you guys through the forest. This feels like you're basically just walking through the exact same forest that you had been in before. But after a while, in the distance, you start to hear water. Like the sound of maybe a river. Mm,
What's that?
well, what's what?
Is there a name for whatever water we're coming upon?
Water.
No, I meant like. You know what?
The The Great Trickle.
Don't make something up.
Well, it's not about commas, so I might lie. This way. And you can see in the distance that you're starting to be led towards some ruins, and you also are starting to notice as you're getting closer that there is like a change in the light that you haven't experienced in some time, and these ruins, these buildings that you're approaching seem to be radiating just sort of an ambient glow. So it actually kind of feels like late afternoon as opposed to late evening, like you guys have been experiencing for, well, weeks at this point. And then eventually you see basically just like sort of streams kind of weaving outwards through the trees in the distance on either side of you, and even that water kind of gives off a little bit of a glow. And then eventually you are close enough to be there.
Oh, the darkness. Ooh,
Flashbanged.
cool.
Welcome to the Gloaming. Seat of the Crimson Queen herself, Queen Lysara.
Why is it a little broken? You know what?
Well,
Everyone is a little bit.
that's true. Yeah, that's real philosophical of you, miss.
Thanks, I read a lot.
Well, you keep talking about being a librarian, so I'd expect so.
What books do you have?
Quite a lot, but since you didn't want to have me sell you any books, we'll just leave it at that. Because I'm not going to give you an idea of what sort of things I've got on me, and then, I don't know, you make this big guy, like, rough me up somewhere behind a bush and take all of my things.
No. I'm just a librarian. I just really like books. I just want to know what books you have. What if there's something I can buy and bring back home?
Well, how much money have you got?
I don't want to tell you that. It's the same reason you don't want to tell me what you have. What if I tell you how much gold I have, and then all of a sudden you have like friends that come and jump me? I don't even know how to defend myself. You know what I mean?
Guess we're at a crossroads, an impasse.
I feel like we just have to shake hands, and then you just have to tell me what you have, and then I'll tell you if I can afford it.
Thing is, I know what I'd lie about, but I have no idea what you'd lie about.
I don't think that I lie very much.
Insight. For whatever reason, he just says it out loud. Well, anyhow, this is where you want to go. Just follow up that way over there and announce yourselves. You have to give out your titles and your names. Not your true names, mind you. Don't give that out. That'd be a really stupid thing to do. And announce that you're interested in meeting with the Queen.
So we're not gonna do.
Well, I might stick around. We'll see what you get up to with the Queen, because that'll tell me whether or not you're trustworthy.
Well, I feel like maybe getting here in the first place means. Right.
No, he paid me to bring you here.
No, there was a big guy who let us in here.
Who?
Big Rock.
Big Rock let you inside.
Fine,
Poor
don't
girl.
do business with me, and you can have none of my gold then.
She's the one that needs the help, isn't she?
Hey.
Alara kind of hides a smile behind her hand.
That was rude. Dude.
Do us a favor. Don't fucking do that.
What?
Like,
Oh, I see.
well,
What?
I'm supposed to bring a book back home to my younger sibling, but then there was a flicker, and now it's been 3 years there, and so I just feel like I have to bring something really impressive because now I've been gone for 3 years, but it didn't feel like 3 years to me. But that's okay.
Right.
You don't have to do business with me. It's fine.
Right. Well, perhaps we'll run across each other again.
I hate.
Well, I'll take that into account in our future bargainings.
I don't really hate you. I'm just mad that you won't do it right now.
You're off to meet a queen because you can't remember anything and you think 3 years has gone past, but you don't know that 3 years has gone past.
Okay.
I think
don't
that you've
think-
got.
No,
you
I
might have better. You might have better concerns at the moment.
Question.
Yes.
Did you guys feel it?
Feel
The flicker.
it. The flicker.
Yeah, about a week, 2 weeks ago. Powerful flicker.
But explain a flicker.
An insight check to see if they're fucking with us.
Sure.
Does
Sort of.
I don't know
Good.
anything.
Wait.
Mm-mm.
So, okay. You guys have like a gate that lets people in here. So is it like it's cuz it's like sort of like I'm having a stroke. That was not in character. Is it like this is like the Feywild so you guys don't get affected by that stuff?
Flickers?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what it is you're talking about, so I suppose. No?
You know what the haze is?
The haze. Ah, yes.
Right. But you don't know what a flicker is.
It sounded like you had more to say about the haze, but you stopped.
Did
you have any
I?
information about the haze for us, Maravane?
Well, what is it that do you have a question about the haze? I mean, I don't know. Am I starting from the beginning?
Do the
So
Fey
if-
courts exist? Like it's on this. Are we on? I give up.
I think we are. I don't feel any disconnect from Lemoneth. We're still on the material plane, right?
If you want to be, I guess.
That wasn't sort of like a vibe-based question. It was an information-based question.
Well, I suppose I will tell you that you're in the gloaming.
Is the gloaming on the material plane?
Are you only allowed to be on the material plane completely?
So it's in both.
I don't. I don't really know how to answer your question. But what is all that? Has it got to do with the haze, from your perspective?
Okay. So,
Yes,
the
Scarlet.
haze. The
Yeah.
haze exists. You know of the haze. A flicker
Yeah.
is a exaltation of that haze. It is a burst of magic that happens when, usually, to my
Oh,
understanding,
you
some
mean
other
a
event happens.
shattering?
Is that what you call it? A shattering?
Well, that's what it is. It's a shattering.
A shattering why? Because there's a barrier between the planes being broken?
Well, because the gloaming used to be a lot bigger, and then it got shattered, didn't it?
Because it got like moved here.
Partly.
Yes. So are you disconnected from the rest of it? and it still exists
Partly.
elsewhere.
Partly.
Okay.
You're a shard of the Fae.
I beg your pardon?
My pardon is begged.
Barry's
You're
gonna
a
start
shard.
speaking to her little text journal about this.
What is that?
It's a journal, and I can talk to it, and it writes stuff down as I'm talking. I'm just taking notes because I'm really trying to understand this.
Wait.
His muzzle like comes into view as he's like leaning forward to like look down at the page.
It just says what he just told us.
Ah, see.
Very, can you flip back in your journal?
Sure.
Read the other entries that you've made.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff about the haze.
Does it talk about you fighting with magic and all of those things? Or where you
No.
went to?
No.
Oh.
Seems like a conversation that we had with the cat whose name I can't remember right now.
Naira?
Yes, Naira. Some from when I was reading a book about it. Some information about and this.
There's a riddle in the book.
Oh. There's a riddle?
What's the riddle?
Give me a second, I gotta go back to my notes. In the absence of brilliance, I ever abide, your silent companion, your shade and your guide. I vanish with radiance, yet in dusk I remain. Name me, and the path shall be gained. And then I think there's also like a name down here. But we'll just skip that. And she just flips past that really quick.
Shadow?
What was the name?
I have a feeling that I shouldn't say it.
And why do you have that feeling?
I don't know. I have to ask Gwen a question. I just don't think that I should say it aloud here.
Can I read it?
I don't think that we should look at it here. And then
Alright.
she'll go to she'll bring Dax to the side at least 5-6 feet away from Maryvane, and then whisper in his ear and be like, "It's from the. Oh, did we tell you about the? It's the Book of True Name."
Maryvane's ears are twitching. You don't know if that means that he heard anything, but he is absolutely trying to eavesdrop.
Hey!
What?
Typically, when someone moves a couple feet away, it's for a private conversation.
You're bossy.
I can be.
You have been.
Well, that's how you've got me right now.
Yeah, you ain't my boss, though.
Well, anyways, I just think that that's not important right now. She walks back to everyone and shuts it and then puts it away. Well, she doesn't put it away. She's still holding on to it, but it's in her pack.
So shall we seek our audience with the queen?
Yeah, let's do that.
Right that way.
Walks that way.
Okay.
Thank you, Mary Vane.
Yeah, you're right. While you guys are heading that direction, we will take a break.
Yippee, I was just gonna say I have to pee so bad.
Yippee!
Thanks, everybody. We will be back in 10. welcome. Okay. So, as you cross over and through these ruins, that are sort of like being kind of uplit by this water that is pervasive around, and the water has like a sort of a sweet but medicinal smell to it. You notice, like even if you don't have a fantastic wolfy nose. But this place has like a lot of very intricate architecture. Um, However, it seems like it's in a state of just being eroded and worn away. And yet that seems to like enhance it as opposed to looking like ruins. Like that sort of makes it feel like it is actively doing what it is supposed to be doing. It is as it is meant. But as you make your way through, and there's a doorway on the far side, which isn't locked, and it's quite easy to push open despite the way that it looks. You find yourself stepping into a courtroom that, like a regal courtroom, that has a number of people inside of it. Sort of pacing at the far end with a thoughtful expression on her face is a female who has something of an alien look to her. Her skin is like dark like ash. It has a shimmer to it, sort of like hematite or obsidian. And she has hair, but it like is sort of interwoven with twigs and brambles. And her gown is made up of a mixture of black and yellow leaves that match her crown, which seems to also maybe be sort of a crown that's similar to like a laurel, but of more autumnal leaves sort of around her head. There are cracks in her skin where it looks like power is kind of radiating outwards, like gold. And her eyes definitely have a very, very similar vibe to the fallow warden. She's not particularly tall. She's maybe around 5.5 feet tall. But she also seems to be the one that everyone else is focused on. Also, in the courtroom with her, who stands out, is another feminine sort of energy. And she is, I think she's active. Definitely much more like even further sliding towards like a plant-like entity, kind of like in the stories that you've heard of dryads. She seems much closer to that. And she sort of has like her finger lifted and like just tucked underneath her chin, like she's considering the third person who really stands out. But what you can see beyond sort of like the sort of bark-like nature of her skin, and that her hair seems to be entirely made out of twigs and leaves and that sort of thing, is that she seems to be constantly getting affected by a breeze, and what it casts off of her is sort of like golden little twinkling motes. It's sort of like it's blowing pollen off of her. That looks that way. The leaves that are on her, like the edges of it, are starting to like brown and yellow and orange, but the majority of them are green. And the third person who is with them looks vastly. Oops, I pulled on 2 of her, looks vastly different in that he looks much more elven, but cold. Like he, at his feet on the ground here, there is like a radiating pattern of frost that goes out about 2 or 3 feet around him, and his skin is blue, but not in the same way that the triplets are blue, but like you've actually kind of seen something similar to this, Dakin, where it just looks like blue because he's so cold that he's frozen. And his hair is intricately braided, but looks like it's kind of like crystallized over with frost. And then he wears these robes that are also sort of like tattered, but colors of like icy blue and silver. And they seem to be like in a discussion. And the last thing that you hear is from this guy. But, Your Highness, if you could just bring yourself to pay a visit. And then they all seem to notice you at once. And the sort of regal one at the end holds up a hand to like sort of close off their conversation, and then looks towards you all with a curious expression. Yes?
Hi. They are the Dusk Watch, and I'm Very, and we need to meet with the Crimson Queen.
I greet you, Very, and the Dusk Watch. You encounter the Crimson Queen.
Oh, hi. She like awkwardly bows because what's polite.
Yeah, Valerius would kind of follow suit. Like, there'd be like a quick moment of hesitation, but then the minute he'd see Very start to bow, he'd bow himself.
Alara also bow, curtsy things.
Dax as well will bow.
Supposed to nod his head.
What might I address the rest of you by?
Valerius.
Dakin.
L.
I don't know what was happening.
Yeah,
I thought I shit died.
Vosti is probably hesitating along with Alara, and I bet you they're sharing glances of like unspoken. Didn't that guy fucking tell us not to say our real names? That's really stupid. That's what the guy said. And then she says L, and I say Joe.
I'm Very starts like cracking up because like she like understands the difference between like a name and a true name.
At the fact that Very starts laughing, the much more green one kind of like grins lopsidedly, and this guy seems so offended. I don't think that you are showing the proper decorum in the presence of a regent. What is this cackling, and who are you?
I'm sorry.
Drithar, I appreciate your intervention. Perhaps you might see about anything that they may have left outside. And this one grins even more, and then he looks like affronted but also like incapable of calling it out, and just sort of like straightens himself up to his full height, which is a little bit under 6 feet, and then like lifts his chin and does a very like formal bow before sort of waltzing his way out of the courtroom and past you guys, and you hear just a little as he goes.
As he walks past, I sort of part the cloak of photosynthesis, the big flower cape around me, to display my robe of the Frost Wanderer. I don't not like showing it off to him, but I just make sure it's seen, and I give him a small bow as he leaves.
He takes note of this and like actually makes eye contact with you in a very like you're worth taking note of. Is kind of the energy that you get, but he continues past without really slowing his pace.
I don't turn to face him or anything after I do that. I just turn back to who we are addressing.
In his wake, Lasara spreads her hands and sort of gestures for you to come forward.
If no one does first, Dax will walk forward and stand in wherever she gestures to.
Yeah, Alara goes too.
Yeah, she.
L goes too.
Yeah, Joe follows behind.
I'm not calling.
What is it that has brought you to the Gloaming?
We aren't particularly sure. We awoke here after her losing, from what we can discern, days of time. Upon losing years to the previous flicker or shattering, you may call it.
There was another shattering.
Yes, we were present for it. It didn't affect us, but it made many years advance for the people dear to them. And he gestures behind him.
You woke up on this side.
Yes, 3 days. Apparently we traveled. We woke up, heads to each other, laid down in a circle. Someone interfered with us. A dreamer. I'm sorry, the human being, forgets the name you told me.
Dreamer of Dust.
The dreamer of dust.
Ah, I see. That would have been on the other side. No wonder we didn't detect what it is that you're speaking of with the shattering. You say it bothered with time.
Yes. I'm sorry. But you mean to say right now we are in the Fae?
No.
Somewhere in between?
That would be accurate.
Would you
And
just-
she... Go ahead.
Would you describe it as like a pocket?
No. A pocket is enclosed. This is the distance between one step and the next. Nothing settled.
We're in a crack between the Fae and the Prime.
The Gloaming. She
what-
lifts her hand, and there's like a rustling of leaves up above everybody, and then like the trees that are sort of like curved over the top, sort of making like a vaulted cathedral ceiling above you, like sort of shudder and start bending out of the way, and like it just is raining leaves down upon you, like snow, and it's all different colors of reds and oranges and yellows and browns. And the sky that gets revealed has no moons in it, but all of the stars.
Dax unintentionally, very quietly, just the word beautiful escapes him.
Barry will like pinch Alara's arm gently, like not like painfully, just like gently. Just to like draw her attention.
She looks.
You don't feel that same separation as when you were in the tiny house that you did before. It's weird not to see the moons. But it's not, you don't feel like they're absent necessarily, just unseen.
She just has a thoughtful look, like she's trying to process this difference in feeling.
Dax, trying to be sly, glancing up at the moonless sky, turns. No moon. Do you have lycanthropes here?
Shifters, yes. And there are moons. They just are never out. It is always the moment of eclipse here.
And what does that mean for them? They can choose?
Are you suggesting that shifters are bound to the moon?
That is my understanding. It may be limited.
Interesting.
Alara can just feel the tips of her ears like turning bright red. You know how somebody looks when you're talking about them right in front of them, but you're not like...
Yeah.
Yeah, like she just kind of has that, like, you know, she's still thoughtful, thinking, taking it all in, but she kind of has that, like, you're talking about me and I'm standing right here. And I'm sure, well, not going to interject that, but like she just kind of has, you know, she's thinking, her ears are starting to turn bright red and she's just listening.
Dax does not even glance at her while he's saying this. He wants to keep this conversation as fully away from her as a entity as possible. So like he's like purposely not looking at all towards Alora, like Allura, Jesus, Alara.
Laura, what's she doing here?
Coincidence?
Miss by Soren, please go home.
Tricked you
You're in
out this whole time.
world.
He's like almost a little bit tilted away from her while he asks this. So here they're not bound by the moons.
I wasn't aware that was a rule.
I
am
sorry. And
I am not a shifter myself, so I wouldn't call myself an expert.
We excuse my own curiosities, but we do have a friend that the Dreamer of Dust seems to have afflicted. We were told you might be able to help us with that.
Perhaps.
Please.
Alara, to elaborate for you, you feel very similar to when Kirel is just in the Silent Blade, when it's new and unseen. In what way were they afflicted? And although she doesn't have like pupils, you can tell that her attention is no longer on you, Dakin, and she's like moving her eyes over the rest of your companions.
Now Vary's the one that's like blushing.
She and he like moves his hand to gesture at her, but doesn't want to like point her out about it almost, so he just clenches his fist and put it down. Are friend was... Her memories were stolen. Of who she are. Of who she is. Of what she is. Of the things that have happened to us. We've lost time more than once. But if you could, please give her back her memories. It's all we really have.
The Dreamer of Dusk is not a member of the Gloaming. It is a factor of the Gloaming. And it cannot take away something that would not be given up. Who is it that has been afflicted?
Very like shyly raises her hand.
Dax specifically makes no effort to point her out.
Alara gives her arm a reassuring squeeze.
Come forward.
She like meekly steps forward.
Dax steps back, and as he does, he just gently puts a hand on your shoulder. And I guide you.
As she steps forward, the other sort of moves, not to intercept, but to just sort of be also ahead of her. And she smiles and then sort of holds out these hands that just look like the branches of trees. I'm Iolande. May I?
Sure. And then she offers her hand.
And you don't remember this, but it doesn't feel unfamiliar at the same time. So your brain is kind of like vibrating between two things, like two levels of acceptance of what is happening. But her hands begin to glow, and you feel magic sort of like seeping up through you. And you get the sense that it's just trying to find places that it feels comfortable. And so it just sort of is like spreading warmth up your arms and into your chest and down your legs. And then it recedes again. Interesting. And she curls one of her wooden hands around your fingers and then pulls the other away and extends it towards the Crimson Queen, who takes hold of her hand, and then you see like this green energy kind of flowing into her and then just sort of sticking. And then she like pats the top of your hand and releases it.
Can I discern at all, like magically, what they just transferred out of her? Was like, can Dax discern if this was like a divination or augury kind of ritual, like they were divining something about her, or did they actually take something?
You get the sense that it was something like an augury or a divination, but it was drawing on some certain information as opposed to something that was guessed.
Yeah, okay.
Very.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that made you... What is it that made you stop searching for your grimoire?
Huh?
You wanted to be a wizard.
I didn't want to fail.
And so you stopped.
Mm-hmm. I think.
Does that feel right to you?
Yes?
It seems strange that you would have decided to stop the one thing that you wanted the most. Were you overwhelmed when you started to work at the bookshop?
No, I don't think so. It was a comfort for me.
But you don't feel special.
Some people just aren't special.
When you say that, that feels... You feel like you're lying. You didn't mean to, but you feel like you're lying.
I think she would like put her hand on her chest, like she like physically feels weird about it.
And you accepted having no purpose.
I guess.
She reaches out and offers her hand.
She takes it.
And then, like, with a very sudden flourish, like, spins you around. So you're sort of tucked under her arm and with your back against her chest, but facing your companions. But he is a warrior who brings magic out of nothing. And he has been granted strength from a god. And she... And, like, you could see those of you that can see Lysara's face, like, she kind of, like, twitches a little bit, and she goes... She... once... in secret... Why do you allow them to be better than you?
I found something that I was good at, even if it wasn't that exciting.
Was it good enough?
I don't know.
That's a lie.
No?
That's the truth. You couldn't ever say how lonely you felt to them. Because you didn't want them to worry. To be distracted. But you're not lonely.
what way?
Tell me.
And
There's something that you know that you don't want to tell anyone else.
do I?
Name it. When she says that, there is a sudden gust of wind that blows the doors open behind all of you. And in the doorway, you see that creature again, Barry.
Who is that?
The Reverie Stag is a memory, but you must name it to claim it.
She'll like think back to like 10 minutes ago when they were like going over that riddle and
Mhm.
Dax said shadow, and she'll just say shadow?
You remember, Very, a room that was a very nice room. It was well appointed, but you don't remember how you got there. And it's just a fleeting little memory.
Um
For the others, sort of now that the door has been blown open with the illumination of the water from outside and everything, like your shadows are sort of being cast long in front of you. And if you glance down, you can see like there's another shadow with you that sort of has like these large arcing antlers above it. But there's nothing behind you if you glance at the doorway.
I don't know what else to say.
Say what would have made you stop looking for your grimoire.
I found another way to be special?
Did you?
Must have.
How?
In the shadow?
How?
I don't know.
Do they know?
Maybe?
Have they told you what you are?
They said I was an arcanist.
Do magic?
Yes.
Do magic?
it.
Now, what would be the first thing Very would imagine if she was like told, you know, in a gun to the head situation, do some magic? What's the thing that she would imagine she would try and do?
I think she would like her brain would go straight to just like trying to move something with her mind.
Okay. Mm. Then I think you Misty Step. And just suddenly like evaporate out of her arms and end up, we'll say, in front of your companions.
As soon as she disappears, Dax raises his hand at Lysara, and then she pops back in right like 2 feet to his side, and he just slowly puts it back down.
What is she?
Is Lysara looking in any particular direction?
She's looking at you. Like her people, her companions.
And she asked, what is she?
Mm-hmm. Oh. I just got kicked out of game. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. It decided that this was the time that my login would run out, I guess.
Oh.
She's a warlock.
When she says that, you see yourself very standing here in this place, not like literally in this courtroom, but in this gloaming area, and you have like a cloak sort of wrapped around you, and you are talking to just the darkest darkness that there's ever been, but it's shaped like a man, and you're sort of seeing yourself from a distance, and they seem to be conversing, but the you that is you that you're seeing is not speaking. Only this shadow person is. But the voice that you're hearing is not anything other than your own voice saying, you just have to remember. Just remember. And it just seems to kind of be pleading. But it sounds like you're pleading with yourself. And then that sort of vision kind of fades away from your mind. What else do you know of her and her nature?
She's always wreathed in shadow. The shadow's always been there for her.
Behind you, you hear like hooves on stone. Mhm. Like there's a large
Rickard?
creature there just sort of like being antsy in place.
She'll turn around and look.
You see it, very, but they don't. She, Lysara looks to Valerius and Vosti. What else can you remind her of?
There's like a very deep ponderance look on Valerius's face. Where to begin?
What has she shared with you?
Me trying to actually remember back to the conversation.
She made a pact.
Did
With
she tell
someone
you?
very powerful.
Did she tell you who?
She didn't, right? Or she
No,
wouldn't?
no. Unfortunately, we didn't get to that point.
Hmm. This will be difficult then. Unless, and then she looks at Alara and Dakin to see if they know.
I can try and discern, but what I know for certain is that she is very Maldosa. She wields the shadows, and she has saved our lives innumerable times.
Very, did you... Was that what... You know... You didn't want to share with us earlier?
What?
But I don't want to say it, but... Your bag...
Well, from my recollection, I just picked that one. It just happened to be on the same page as the riddle.
Do you believe that?
She'll, like, hand her Dictatext journal to Dakin. But it's dangerous to say that. All of it.
Can I hear the name? Holding it? Can I listen?
You would just see it written on the page underneath
Oh,
the...
just sorry. The dictaphone in my mind, I'm like, dip, 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 like it's like shouting to me. D.
I'm sending you the name.
I think
She posted it.
she popped it
Oh, okay.
already. Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Very. I know you don't know what you know, but do you believe in this? Is this what you want? If you could get this power we saw that you had back from whoever this is that gave it.
You have a flickering memory of a very inky, shadowy hand touching your cheek.
He puts her own hand up to her cheek as if she just, like, felt that.
Would Vosti have noticed. I mean, we're kind of all looking at each other. I would have noticed that, right?
Yeah, everyone
That she
would
put her
notice.
hand on her cheek. Mm-hmm.
You did tell us after he took you and you returned that he did so to keep you safe. And to me, that means that he cares about you.
In some way. Dakin says deeply grimly. There's... He hasn't said it yet, but this name. There's a being out there who looks out for you. Has taken care of you, from what we know, given you strength.
Hmm.
Over their shoulders, you can see that creature is sort of like shaking its big rack of antlers that it's got, and then it sort of is turning away, like it's going to head out, and then it looks back at you.
Wait.
It takes a step away.
I want to know.
That is what you want.
You can follow where it goes.
Starts walking.
Do the rest of you go with?
Dakin follows immediately. He
Yeah, absolutely.
can't leave her how
I'm
she is
with.
right now.
She's also like crying.
The creature leads you to like out of this sort of court area, and back across the bridge, and then like just deeper into the woods. And it'll stop every now and then just to make sure that you're keeping up, but it just keeps going. And the rest of you can see like evidence of its passing, so you see like large, like Vosti's hand-sized hoof prints in the ground, that look cloven, and occasionally you can see like branches sort of getting knocked out of the way up above. But eventually it brings you to just like this very small glen. Like it being in there with you makes it feel like very, unless you were going to walk beyond the trees again, it feels small because of how much space to you it takes up. And for whatever reason, the rest of you just don't feel inclined to move into that area. So you're all kind of clustered together. And then it just stands and waits.
Like put her hand up towards it.
It feels, when it sort of noses against her hand, like when you hover your hand over like a freshly opened soda pop and the bubbles are sort of tickling against it and they're cold. That's what it feels like. It doesn't feel tangible beyond that.
This is what you want, Very. You could still be a wizard.
Be a wizard no matter what, because it's just about study. Like Vosti could go be a wizard.
Well, I don't think everyone could go be a wizard. I think you could.
Well, we keep losing time. That will take me forever.
I don't think it'd take you that long. But if this is what you want, I think I can say the words.
Well, if something is missing from me, then shouldn't I figure that out?
I think you should get a choice. Just because it's the path I see doesn't mean it's the path you need.
I want to know what I've forgotten. It's really bothersome when you can't remember, but somebody's telling you that you should remember it.
Yeah. Dakin sits down, and I don't have it prepared, but it is a ritual. And as I sit, I'm going to attempt to cast ceremony.
That's a long cast.
It is an hour, but we are sitting here.
Okay.
And as I sit down, even if I can't, I mean, I don't have it prepared, so I technically can't cast it, but he sits down with the intention of a ceremony.
What does a Lemoneth cleric's ceremony preparation look like?
I think I've already declared this in the lore, so it is as it is, but I think boots are important in Lemonade stuff. So I think he takes his boots off. He sits them down. He sits cross-legged. And I think he draws a forking path in the dirt in front of him. And sits and gestures to Very and everyone else if they would. Sit with me, please. And attempts to arrange them sort of like the standing stones, but with Very opposite him.
I'll take a seat.
What do the rest of you do?
Kind of watching, actually.
Do you sit or remain standing or?
Yeah, I'll sit.
Yeah,
Elle,
Laura.
Joe.
Come on, Joe. Let's sit down.
Yeah, Joe squat.
Joe will squat. All right,
Skivrox
Sab,
also
put that in
sits.
right now. Joe will squat.
Skivrox also sits. It's worth noting that like this place is having an effect on him somewhat. Like the edges of his ears are starting to go brown and yellow like a leaf. But he sort of sits and goes into like a lotus pose.
Dax sitting, eyes closed, legs crossed, sort of. His hands rested like upon his calves, but with his palms on the ground.
Mm-hmm. You hear a big woof behind you, Very, you're aware that the creature has sort of like gotten like laid down. You guys just sort of felt the tremor.
Do I also need to take off my boots?
No.
Okay.
Does anybody do anything in the next hour?
Not really.
Okay.
As it
In
goes,
this
Dax
in
has
this place
some-
of magic, you feel through the hour that this ritual is taking effect.
as he feels the power in it, Dax has some words to say. He sits there, sort of cross-legged, his boots kind of in the middle of the circle. And he sort of lifts his hands up, palms upturned towards the sky, still eyes closed. Wanderer, please guide my friend back to their path. The path you see. The path you know we must take. Give her back what was taken. And he places his hands back down towards the center of the circle, facing Very. And if the magic of the ceremony is taking effect, I think the boots sort of wither to nothing, like they age deeply quickly. You see them squish and deteriorate and then become dust in the ground. And the last thing Deccan says is, in absence of brilliance, I ever abide, your silent companion, your shade and your guide. I vanish with radiance, yet in dusk I remain. Name me, and the path shall be gained. Tenebrous core. And he slams his hands down into the dirt, fingers outstretched toward Very.
Very. You know the power of true names and what they can do.
She'll like move forward and put her hands over his mouth.
The space around you all immediately becomes as night. It is like somebody like snuffed out every candle all at once. It is dark, and in fact it's sort of as dazzling to your eyes so that for a moment you can see nothing at all. And Dakin, you feel cold fingers curl around your shoulders and then up and around your throat, like it's going to begin to squeeze you. And then Very's hands are shooting out, and the hands that are around your neck move and instead reach out and like grab onto her wrist.
Specifically her wrist, not her hand.
Mm-hmm. And then you feel sort of like just like somebody is dragging the heaviest blanket over, like up the back of your head, over the top of you. Like it's just sort of like a thing slithering across you. And then there's like a little bit more light as your eyes adjust to this sudden darkness. And like kneeling in the center of this circle in the ashes right in front of Very is nothing more than a silhouette. And you hear it say, "Candle."
Does it seem to be addressing her or just saying the word candle?
You aren't sure, but it is definitely facing only her.
Okay.
Very, you can do as you wish.
I went out, didn't I?
I lost you.
No how?
A thief. A thief took you. And all of you hear this, like, immediate and unnerving amount of rage. But this shadow is like, well, it's really difficult to tell because it's just a silhouette. But it, like, lifts and, like, strokes its hand down Very's cheek. And she doesn't seem harmed by this in any way.
Can I ask about the person Very? Does she seem comforted by it?
Yeah.
Dax just stays on his knees, sort of in the ritual circle, observing.
She'll like outstretch her arms as though she's like trying to hug.
It sort of leans forward to everybody else. It's very kind of like almost like a serpentine or like just smoke billowing towards her. And then there's parts of her you just simply can't see because they're now wrapped in darkness. I will ask what her siblings' reaction to this is.
Alara is watching super intently and kind of instinctively, I don't even think that's a word, she like reaches out and grabs the hand of whichever brother is next to her. I don't know if she's next to Vo or Val, but whichever one, she just kind of like absentmindedly reaches out and grabs their hand and like squeezes it a little bit, but she's intently watching.
D2.
Oh, yeah, you know what? If it's a 1, it's Joe. If it's a 2, it's Val.
Classic brother Joe. Our classic brother Joe.
It's Joe.
It's Joe.
On my screen, that coin like rolled on its edge, like all the way across the screen, and then just sort of wobbled there before falling. That was creepy.
It landed directly on my character's face with a big 1, which I thought was telling of my performance in the next few sessions.
What is Vosti doing?
Yeah, probably just watching as well. I guess now holding Alara's hand.
What's he feeling?
I don't know. Confusion, I guess, would probably be the best way when I start out with I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But also like anticipating what's coming up. I mean, you know, as much as he's wild magic-y, he's not the most magic-y person. And in this setting, or well, yeah, in this setting, but also like what Dakin's doing, he's never seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
And this is also a big deal as to what's we're trying to accomplish with Very. So he's just kind of like, no, everything's great, right? I don't know what's happening right now, but is it gonna be okay? I don't. There's this guy, and he's doing stuff, and so here we are, and that's what he's feeling.
Okay. What is Valerius feeling?
I would say at first there was kind of like some I don't know if trepidation's the right word, but I guess we'll go with that. And
Apprehension?
then
Yeah,
apprehension,
apprehension,
yeah.
I think. Yep.
Yeah. Apprehension, and then seeing the fact that Very did seem a little more comfortable and kind of at ease and things like that. Even if he didn't necessarily fully understand it, he trusts her, so he'd ease up a little bit too.
You can't see it, but you know that his mouth is near your ear, Very, and he whispers softly, "Will you be my candle again?"
Always.
You are a warlock.
Let's go.
You know that that was stolen from you. That memory was stolen from you, but you are a warlock. You recognize that the moment you stopped feeling that was when you passed through the doorway and a piece of your clothing got stuck on it. But that piece has been returned to you. The shadow that is holding on to Very, very gently pivots slightly, and you can see sort of this profile pointed towards you, Dakin. And it speaks, and you all hear it. And the tone you hear is so comforting. It's a reminder that no matter what, you have something that is always with you, to make sure that you are successful in all things that you attempt to do. To Valerius and Vosti and Alara, it sounds like a promise, like that it has your sister's back. To Dakin, it sounds like a threat, because Dakin has proven to know something that he should not know, and he spoke a name that he should not ever speak. But the words, and these are familiar to you, Very, are: the shadow is present always. The shadow is always within reach. The shadow has a long memory. And then it begins to melt down until it forms the shape of the infernal saber at Very's side.
I think she stays sort of like on her knees and is just like crying.
With all of you in this place, in this little glen, is a creature that you now can all see. Just sort of with its legs curled up beneath it in repose, and its head is just kind of drooped, like it's not asleep, but it's just at rest around you. And as the shadow thing melts into this sword, the space lightens and is illuminated further by this stag that is just sort of being this very quiet guard over you.
Far away from us, is it?
It is right behind uh, Elle and Joe, across from Valerius, and then sort of equidistant with Veri and Dakin, and also across from Skivrox.
Alara kind of turns to see where this glow is emanating from, and she sees it. And she kind of tentatively sticks out her hand like she wants to pet it, kind of like, thanking it for leading us here.
It feels again like that sort of effervescence. Like it's not actually like a thing that can be touched, but it can be sensed.
Dax, still not having glanced at the glowing thing, just looking at Veri, says, "Do you forgive me? I've rebound you to something you could have escaped."
Gabe.
I don't know.
Has like a very kind smile on her face. Saved my life. And she like
you feel a deep necessity to the hug you give him. Like, oh boy, did he need that. You can tell how like sought into himself he is right now. And you give him a moment of peace with that.
I think she'll back up from the hug and she'll like put her hand on her cheek and she'll just say, "Don't need to doubt yourself when you're doing what you do best and helping."
Thank you. I try not to, but and you see he like sighs with exasperation. The path ever winds.
But you're always on it. And then she'll put her hand to her side and like give him a little bit of space.
We should definitely have a conversation about you saying your God told you to protect us. That's fascinating. But that's for another time.
I agree. Let's go ahead and pick up with that next week.
I was gonna hug my sister, but I guess not.
No hugs for
Hug
you,
her
idiot.
next
You're a bad
week,
brother.
dude.
Bad brother,
Nope,
bad brother, bad
not
brother,
writing
bad
it
brother.
down. Not writing it down. Forgot.
I will always delay on closing the scene if there's going to be hugs.
I don't know.
Honestly,
over.
Dax needed that shit. It's the path of your God going, hey, take him down this road, and the road just keeps getting fucking the giant potholes in it that fuck up your shit.
Bye, street.
Bye,
Does Very get a
street.
wait? Does Very
Wait.
get a hug?
Yeah, he would have
Absolutely.
stood up
I think
and probably picked up Alara with him.
Mhm.
And he would have
Oh,
walked over,
absolutely.
and as he said that to Dakin, he would have put a hand on his shoulder with a little squeeze. And then he would have turned and given Very a hug and said, "Welcome back, sister." And then just like a deep, strong hug. Probably pulled in Alara with him and
Oh,
then did the little
absolutely.
wave hand to Valerius.
Big
He come
dog
over and
pile
give her a big-
family hug
And
right
then-
there.
100%.
Dakin just stands
After
awkwardly 2.5 feet
seconds-
away.
After 3 seconds, if he doesn't come in, he would reach out and grab him by the collar and pull him into.
And then Skivrox sobs and throws himself on the pile,
Yeah,
and
he's
that's
all
where there's
down.
like,
Yeah.
there's like the
Aw.
70s freeze frame, and that's where we go.
I
Rickert-
grab
Rickert
him and
comes
I put
over.
him- I grab him and I put him under me so I don't have to feel his weird grubby hands on the back of my neck.
Not
Grab
Skivrox in
Rickert,
the
I
back
pull
here.
him into.
Yeah, Rickert comes over, puts his head over somebody's shoulder, and we're all hugging his muscle.
Yeah, Valerius calls in his core.
I'm a horse.
Okay, now
Always
goodbye,
end on a
street.
hug.
Now we're done.
Always
Bye,
end on a
guys.
Bye,
hug.
Always end on a hug.
Bye,
Bye,
stream.
stream.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.